All right, just for those that are joining us virtually, please be sure to unmute and turn your camera on when we are voting. And Sean, we're going to call the meeting to order at 10:04 a.m. And will you take the roll call?
Thank you, Vice President Haley. President Core?
Here.
Vice President Haley?
Here.
Superintendent Horn?
Here.
Member Katniss? Here. Member Clark?
Here.
Member Clay? Dr. Clay?
Here.
Dr. Hagerman? Here. Member Kripkes?
Here.
Member Meyerson?
Here.
Dr. Robbins? Vice President Haley, you have a quorum.
Great. Okay, I will yield to Dr. Core. Will you provide us with a president's report?
And actually, the only president's report I have in consideration of our lengthy agenda today is to thank you for agreeing to take the gavel. If we have a gavel, we don't actually have one, but take the gavel and shepherd us through this meeting. So wish I could be there in person and look forward to seeing you all next month.
Vice President Haley, there's actually one more piece of business for the president's report. It's the appointment of Dr. Clay to the board's legislative committee.
You need to do a motion?
Nope, there's no need to vote on that.
All right, well, welcome, Dr. Clay.
Thank you, Sean.
Okay, now moving along, Superintendent Horn, we look forward to hearing your report.
Thank you. My report this month will be on the Department of Education perspective with respect to the ESA program. I don't know if anybody here is interested in that, but that'll be my topic. This administration is by far the most friendly administration for ESAs in history. The prior administration was not friendly. The leadership of the prior administration collected signatures to try to put on the ballot to put a stop to the ESA program unsuccessfully. When we took office, we found that they had not been processing requests for payment. And we had 171,000 requests that had not been processed. That our first priority was to catch that up because there were tutors that were experiencing financial difficulty because they had not been paid. And there were schools, there was one private school that we were told had started to apply for a loan to pay its bills. So our first priority was to catch up the backlog and get people paid who were entitled to be paid. There were, as I mentioned, 171,000 pending. The director that we hired is Christina Curso, who was herself an ESA mom for many, many years, and a prominent, if not the most prominent advocate of ESAs in the public. She led the effort, for example, to persuade people not to sign the petitions to put ESAs on the ballot. And she has done an absolutely heroic and magnificent job of handling an almost impossible administrative burden to catch things up and to straighten out some other things that I will be talking about. In the first day of our office, she sat down with our auditor, the auditor, to be sure everything was done properly, and went over all of the requests that could be paid promptly because they had to do with previously approved vendors. And in that first day, they approved 26,000 separate requests, 26,000 separate requests in one day. And that involved $22 million in payments. Over the course of the first month, the backlog has been reduced from 171,000 to 80,000, notwithstanding that we get 4,500 new requests every day, 7 days a week, including Saturdays and Sundays. It creates a situation that I liken to the paradox of Tristram Shandy. Tristram Shandy was a very, very verbose writer and classical writer, and Bertrand Russell mathematician created this interesting question. If it took him a year to write the first day of his diary and then the second day of his diary, would he ever catch up? And that's I call this the Tristram Shandy problem that we're faced with 4,500 a day coming in, a backlog of 171,000, and a top priority to get on top of it. But in the first month, we were able to reduce the number to 80,000 requests that had not yet been processed. Now, the legislature, when it passed the program, anticipated that 52 people would be needed in the department to handle the administrative burden that it would create. They failed to provide for indirect costs. So the budget that we have allows for 43 people, but when we walked in, there were only 17 people there. So part of Christina Crisso's burden was to fill the other positions with the right people, putting them in the right chairs. And that's time consuming, but once it's done, it helps us do a better job of catching up. And she's in the process of doing that. One of my concerns was that the prior administration was not strictly enforcing the law. For example, only educational expenses should be paid. And a number of expenses that had nothing to do with education, from restaurants and clothing stores and so on, had been approved and paid. We are in the spotlight, not only in Arizona, but we're the first in the nation, and the other states are looking at us. So it's very important that we strictly enforce the law, that we have no scandals that cause people in our state and across the country to think that ESA is not a good program. And so we have cracked down on abuses, approving only valid educational expenses, and also making sure that the law is enforced in all of its requirements. For example, the law requires that vendors be documented, or I forget the exact name, but basically certified, and that was not done. But we took the most reasonable approach we could possibly take with respect to documenting and certifying the vendors. For tutors, we said they had to have a high school degree. If they're going to tutor K-12, they should have a high school degree. And for companies, we asked that they certified us that all of their tutors have at least a high school degree. I think that was the most reasonable approach that we could take to that. Now, question has risen as to some special ed parents who feel that their children have legitimate needs for expenses that would not normally be considered educational expenses with other people. And we will be, all reasonable education needs will be approved. Any special education student who has an item on their IEP, that item will be approved. Or they can send a letter from the person who wrote the IEP, or from an evaluator, which is defined as a physician, psychologist, or the person who wrote the IEP. So with that kind of documentation, we will approve expenses for special ed students that normally you might not approve for other students. Now, account holders have 4 ways of accessing funds. One is, and 3 of them are through Class Wallet, and that includes something called Marketplace, where almost all the vendors are there approved to use direct pay, and which is approved vendors, and the third one is reimbursement. Of the 171,000 backlog requests, 111,000 included were for debit cards. And a majority of those, we have never received the receipts. So we don't know if the money was paid out, but we don't know if it was ever used for educational purposes or not. And we simply could not perform our administrative duty of catching up payments and paying people promptly if debit cards continued to be used as they had been. So we're not approving new debit cards. Those people who have debit cards can keep them. with the only exceptions being if they fail to send a receipt on time or they use it for non-educational purpose. Under the law, we could have disqualified those people from the SA program. We chose not to do that, but only to cancel their debit cards. They still have those other 3 methods of payment available to them. One of the proposals we started with was a proposal to eliminate debit cards because it created such an administrative burden. We decided not to do that. People who have the credit cards and have not abused them will continue to be able to use their debit cards, but we are asking them if possible to use Marketplace or one of the other methods because those can be processed so much more quickly, and because we have such a backlog in order to pay promptly, which is our first priority, and we just can't do it with the kind of burden that was created the way debit cards had been done before, and with a continuing burden of $4,500 new requests a day, and including in addition to the initial backlog of $171,000. Finally, I want to say something about the call center. Under the prior administration, the call center was open from 10 to 12, and it was common to be placed on hold forever and never get to speak to anybody. In fact, Christina Mercer herself needed to drive to California before she left. She placed a call to the call center. By the time she got to California, she still had not reached anyone. We don't want that to happen anymore. We've increased the call center to all day, and we're determined that questions will have them answered properly. So that's a rough summary of our view of ESAs and our effort to make it work. As I mentioned, we are the model for the rest of the country. We have to make it work in a way that's successful, pay the bills properly, be in very strict compliance with the law, and approve only payments for educational purposes, including exceptions for special ed parents that I mentioned. That is what we're dedicated to. Our administrator, Christina Mercer, is doing an absolutely outstanding, heroic job dealing with an almost impossible administrative burden, and we're determined to make this work. Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent Horn. Director Ross, we'd love your update, please.
Thank you very much, Vice President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. I'll be brief. I want to, when possible, use the executive director's report as a chance to spotlight board staff who do an amazing job to support the work of the board and support the good work that happens on the board. This is the public facing side of the work, and so this is what most people associate with the board. There's so much great work that also happens behind the scenes to prepare for these meetings, also to do the work that's the board is responsible for. So I just want to take the moment today to highlight Sandy Rogers, who is our administrative assistant. She's been with the board for 6 years. She is unequivocally the beating heart of this team, and we are so thankful for her incredible work, her incredible patience, kindness of spirit, generosity. Deputy Wonders and I both joined on January 9th, and by January 10th, felt so incredibly welcomed by the entire team. In particular, Sandy really went, that extra mile to make us feel welcome. And so I just want to make sure that we highlight the great work that's happening that isn't as public. And so we're very, very thankful for Sandy. And as I have told her several times, she is not allowed to leave. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Executive Director Ross. I think the entire board would agree that Sandy is the heartbeat, and we have benefited greatly from her generosity, graciousness, and kindness. So thank you for spotlighting her. Okay, we are now moving on to part 2 of the board meeting, and this is item 2, a call to the public. This is a time for the public to comment on items not on today's agenda or on the consent portion of the agenda. All speakers today will be limited to 2 minutes. Director Ross, have we received any requests to speak?
Vice President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board, we have up first is Superintendent Steve King.
Great.
And I just want to note per previous arrangement, Superintendent King, he's going to get a little bit of extra.
Sounds great. Superintendent King. Louise will be giving you 5 minutes.
I appreciate that. And you say it sounds great before you heard the state, but we'll get there. Ladies and gentlemen of the board, it's nice to see you again, Ms. Clark, and Superintendent Horn, it's nice to see you again. Thank you very much for having me today. And I also want to recognize you, Mr. Ross, for being a man of your word. And we spoke a few weeks ago about some extra time, and I do appreciate that very much. And I'm full of gratitude, and I think that's the theme of why I'm standing up here for you today, is to express my gratitude. Like I said, my name is Steve King. I'm the superintendent of the Cottonwood Oak Creek School District, and I've been the superintendent for the past 6 years there. If you're not familiar with where Cottonwood is, have you ever been to Jerome? It's the base of the hill from Jerome. It's near Sedona. I'm sure most of you have heard of Sedona before. And I've spent the last 22 years of my life serving the Verde Valley community. And this is my 30th year in education. Right about this time, I was actually doing my student teaching in the Glendale Union High School District, where I went to high school, and I also went to grade school in the Washington School District. So the last 50 years of my life has been spent in Arizona's public schools, both charter, private, and public. 20 of those have been spent in charter schools. I founded 3 charter schools myself, so I'm very familiar with school choice and all those things that go along with it. I'm very grateful for those opportunities that I've had over the years. My wife is also a teacher. She's a new teacher mentor. Both my children were educated in both charter and public schools across the state. And our oldest graduated from ASU last year. I'm not sure if any ASU graduates are here, but she now attends the University of Tennessee. And my youngest is currently a junior at the University of Arizona. And she is a Flynn Scholar, so I get to throw that in there as well. I'm very, very proud of all of my family. Like I said, I am very, very grateful for the opportunity to be here. But I'm also a deeply troubled man. And I'm going to tell you exactly why I'm troubled. It's because of the things that I'm seeing with the children that we serve in our community. In my district, we serve around 2,000 children in grades pre-K through 12th grade. Because of this board, we are the only K public school that's authorized to have a brick and mortar high school. So I'm very grateful for that. You guys authorized that last year, and that's to serve our highest needs kids in our community, of which we're seeing a lot. Most of those 2,000 kids that we have in our community are coming from places of low income and places of poverty. And it's something that has affected their lives. And for the last 22 years, that's exactly what I've seen in our community. And the reasons are legion. There are many reasons for these causes. Opioid and meth abuse has hit our community very, very hard. We see poverty that's increasingly generational. I'm now serving students in our district. So I'm subbing around. They say, "Oh, Mr. King, you were my principal, or you were my teacher way back 20 years ago." I said, "Well, what are you doing here?" She says, "My kids go to school here, of course. I'm grateful that you're here." So we're seeing this happening over and over and over again. We're seeing trauma, the effects of trauma, neglect and abuse. I can tell you horror stories that I hear up close and personal on a nearly daily basis that are affecting children. We're seeing adult mental health out of control. People coming into our schools with their problems. It just doesn't end as soon as school starts. We're also seeing these things right here having a dramatic effect on our children. Transiency, inflation, the average price of a house in our community is $375,000. I'm the highest paid person in our school district, and I would have a hard time affording that now if I hadn't bought my house 22 years ago. Think about the new teachers. But so what? What are you willing to do about it, and what am I willing to do about it? So that's really what I'm here to tell you today, is how grateful I am. Recently, I heard Superintendent Horn give a conversation on 3 things that are absolutely vital for successful public schools. The first one, for successful schools of any kind, the first one is good and quality curriculum. Amen to that. I believe in the science of reading. I believe in back to basics. I believe in giving those skills, the fundamental and basic skills of those kids, the fundamental and basic skills when they come to us so they can have greater success in life. I also believe in what you said about good teachers. The issue with good teachers, though, is my neighbor, Benny Bishop, was a principal in Flagstaff for 12 years. He used to have 12 qualified applicants for every teaching position he had open. I averaged less than 1. And because of loosening the rules, I'm very grateful for that, right? I can hire actually people to get in the classrooms and we'll do the training and everything else, but it's tough. But I'm very appreciative of that. I'm also appreciative for being, what you're talking about, motivated kids, how to get kids motivated. The arts, the music, getting kids wanting to come to school and create those environments where kids are happy to be there and they're feeling loved and they feel at home and they feel where they can learn. That's a very important thing. I'm with you on that. I also agree with the restoration of discipline to our classrooms. We've got some issues with that legislatively a couple of years ago that has really impacted our ability to do that. And I'd like to talk to you about that sometime if we can. Cops and counselors in our schools. I'm a supporter of Back to Blue, and I'm very close friends with the chief of police and the Yavapai County sheriffs who've been very, very good to us. I agree with that. School safety is extremely important, but it's tough, right? It's tough to find those people. So I also appreciate the different things that we're doing and you're doing as a board. I got 9 seconds left. I've given Mr. Wonders some envelopes in there, and that envelope is an invitation for you to come visit my district, because I'd like for you to come up and I'd like for you to walk around, wear your walking shoes. I'll even buy you lunch. If you're lucky, it'll be tater tot day in the cafeteria, and we'll have a good time. I'm serious. But God bless you, and I thank you much. Be good. Apologize.
Haley's from the board members of the board. Up next is Ezekiel Israel.
Good morning, peace be with you all. The objective that I come to you before today, trying to get people to recognize that the reason for our mass shootings and the growing violence that has been occurring in our society, particularly in our schools, is because people have failed to acknowledge God, our creator. Okay, I hold that there's one God who's the creator of the world, and that he's both good and just. He's good in the sense of giving his air, water, and sunshine to everyone here, both good and evil. Yet he's also a just God in that he judges everyone at some point in time according to their deeds. Now, we are experiencing crime and mass shootings occurring in our schools in society quite frequently. Over 3,100 people have been shot in mass shootings in 2022 alone, which has been recorded among the highest in history according to CNN. And since Columbine in 1999, more than 338,000 students in the US have experienced gun violence at our school. In 2022 alone, 34 students and adults died, while more than 43,000 children were exposed to gunfire at school, according to the Washington Post. What a child is taught does make a difference in their actions. When a child is taught that they come from the same ancestor as an ape 10 million years ago in the theory of evolution, why do we act surprised when children act like wild apes? There's no evidence that people ever came from the same ancestor as an ape. When children, though, have in their mind that they are made in the marvelous image of God, their creator, that God sees all things and judges each person according to their deeds at some point in time, it can help bridle the lust of evil actions in our children and in our society. Now, how do we know God exists? Well, we know from most philosophers that if anything has form or fashion, it must have been created. This building, for example. Well, when I look at you, you have 2 eyes, 2 ears, 2 nostrils. You have intelligence, you can reason, you can hear. So my evidence of God is you.
Thank you so much for your remarks today.
Thank you.
And Haley Superintendent Horn, members of the board, want to do this first call to the public.
Again. First call.
That concludes this,
Oh, okay.
this item.
Rest are going to be at the board.
So we would go to item number 3, the consent agenda.
But the rest, I was just clarifying, the rest of the speakers are under.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, yeah. So the after the consent agenda, there is another call to the public. Thank you.
Great. All right. So we're moving now to item 3, the consent agenda. Does anybody have any questions or have any items out of the consent agenda? No? Okay, do I have a motion to approve items 3A? 3A1 through item 3H. So moved. We have a second.
Second.
Dr. Peterman, so member Clark. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? The motion carries. Great. All right, now on to item 4. Pardon my confusion earlier. I thought we had more speakers under the bus. Okay, this is a time for the general public to comment on items and during today's general session. All speakers will be limited to 2 minutes. Director Ross, have we received any requests to speak?
Vice President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board, we have up is Andrea McIntosh. Or McIntosh, I'm sorry.
Good morning, board members. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak to you today. I will first address concerns regarding my son's ESA account and its security. Superintendent Horn, I am publicly making the request that out of fear of retaliation from Christina Curso, she be directed to not have anything to do with my son's account. As of today, I have filed complaints regarding acts committed by Christina Curso with the Arizona Attorney General and the U.S. Department of Education. State board members, I would ask that you reject the ESA Q2 report for the ESA department on the grounds that it is incomplete. It does not fulfill the standards set forth in AAC R72-1503 number 5. It is full of lies, errors, and ignorance. I feel it is disrespectful of Christina Curso to turn in such a sloppy report and incomplete. Honestly, it appears to me that she's just showboating, much like she did in Virginia, wasting Arizona taxpayer dollars and continues to. My time is short, so please try to keep up with me. On page 7, how can an application be processed in 0 days? On page 8, number 6, I know that during Q2, I and many others gave feedback to the department via help desk surveys, phone calls, emails, and somehow this information is unavailable. On page number 8, or number 6.2, this is not giving you data from Q2. On page 9, 7.3, the short informational video was not from Q2. Number 7.4, if there were parent concerns, why aren't they listed, and why aren't they listed on page 8, 6.1? On page 10, I don't understand why this data is here. It is not in the introduction. In 8.5, why are prepaid approved final accepted transactions included in a debit card transaction list? Christine states in her report the ESA office is concerned that there are 17,613 amount of prepaid card transactions that cannot be reviewed because parents have not uploaded receipts. Can I finish? It will take me like 30 more seconds. Okay. Sorry, I lost my place. What I'm concerned with is the parent who only used ESA to send their child to a private school. They know nothing about how home educators work and use the system. They also know nothing about how the debit card works. In closing, board members, I would like to ask that you please consider all comments heard today and take the time to read the large amount of comments sent in to you today. Superintendent Horn, as a constituent and a parent of an ESA recipient, I ask that you find a new executive director. This one's failing the board and over 48,000 students and parents, and this is not acceptable. And as a taxpayer, I don't like my tax dollars being wasted. Thank you. Oopsie.
Vice President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Up next is Bryson McIntosh.
And in regards to my son, Bryson, a written request was sent to the board for reasonable accommodation under ADA, as well as I spoke with staff this morning. For my son, who due to a disability requires extended time to speak, I want to thank you for accepting this and allowing him that extra time.
We've allowed Mr. McIntosh 5 minutes.
First, let me start by saying thank you for allowing me to speak today and allowing accommodations for me. My name is Bryson McIntosh, and I'm a 14-year-old student in the Empowerment Scholarship account. I would like to start by saying I fear retaliation for what I'm going to say, and I would ask that Christina Curso not have anything to do with my account. I'm concerned about my mother's ability to access my scholarship funding, and I feel that Christina Curso is trying to push her own political and religious agendas by abusing power in her position as the executive director of the ESA department. I would like to bring to your attention several concerns I have regarding Christina Curso. The Q2 report signed by Christina Curso on February 21st, 2023 does not align with standards set out in the Arizona Administrative Code R7-2-1503 number 5. I would ask that you reject her report. In her quarterly report on page 5 in section 4.1, it says that 395 applications were denied in Q2, and it says that 222 were denied in Q1. On page 6, section 4.2, it shows a chart with denied application by reason for denial. The grand total from that chart adds up to 551. So why does on page 5 does it say that 395 applications were denied in quarter 2, but on page 6 it says differently? Even if you have the denials from quarter 1 and quarter 2, it equals 617. Those numbers do not add up. On page 8, section 6.2 of her quarterly report, it states all families receive a weekly email that includes helpful program tips. This information is entirely false for quarter 2. Families did not receive any communication during quarter 2 unless the parent initiated the communication. On 2/8/2023, she sent an email out to some parents saying, at this point, I can tell you that our office does plan to cancel the use of debit cards for all accounts that have not submitted the appropriate receipts by the deadline or have purchased unallowable items with the card, for example, Chevron, Chick-fil-A, Taco Bell, and Dillard's. Those funds in question will need to be paid back to the state or be debited from the student's ESA account. We will no longer be issuing debit cards. There are merchant category code restrictions on the debit card that restrict it to where it will only work at places such as bookstores, office supply stores, educational supply stores. So I don't know why she's saying people have used their ESA debit cards at Chevron, Chick-fil-A, Taco Bell, and Dillard's, as the debit card will not get approved at the cash register. And also her taking away debit cards is a breach of contract because in the contract, the parent and ADA sign off, ADE sign off, you agree to follow the ESA parent handbook, and the parent handbook talks about the class wallet debit cards. On 1/29/2023, she went to St. John's Catholic Church in Front Royale, Virginia to lobby for ESAs and told people to contact her at her work email address and her work phone number for a personal matter. Why is she using tax dollars to help other states when she cannot even help to keep this department running? She has removed the searchable allowable list from the ESA website and replaced it with a one-page PDF that just repeats the law. The searchable list is mentioned in AAC R7-21503, number 5, letter O. How convenient, she forgot to mention it in her report, and this is also listed in the handbook. This is also considered a breach of contract. She is interpreting the law and telling her staff to not approve supplemental materials unless they provide a formula curriculum, which the law states nothing about. On 2/10/2023, Christina Curso sent my mother an unsolicited email regarding my ESA account and CC'd Wendy Rogers, an Arizona senator. I'm not sure if you are aware, but that is a violation of the Family Educational Rights and Privacy Act, also known as a FERPA violation. These are just some of my many concerns over Christina Curso. As members of the State Board of Education, I know that it is within your power to reject this report and ask for a new one and remove Christine from her current position with the department. I ask that you remove Christine from her current position with the department. I ask that you reject this report and request a new report from Tom Horn, as in all previous years, the superintendent submitted the report. If she remains in the department in any capacity, I request again that she has nothing to do with my ESA account because I feel that she will retaliate. I ask that you consider my concerns and other people's concerns when you make your final decision regarding Christina Curso and the quarterly report.
Thank you. Vice President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Up next is Aaliyah Aguirre.
John, really quickly, I'm just concerned about all the parents that are sitting on the floor. I'm wondering if we might invite people that have already, like men that have already spoken, offering their seats to some of those parents.
I tried, but I'd be happy to.
Okay, I just want to make sure. Okay, okay. I'm sorry, Sean.
No, thank you. Thank you, guys. It's hard to see, but
Yeah.
I appreciate that. So up next, is Aguirre.
Good morning. I am Delia Aguirre, parent and educator of 3 children, all with special needs, participating in ESA prior to the inception of Class Wallet and ESA's current director. I believe the State Board of Education needs to train and closely monitor the mid-year changes made by the new director. Delays in processing approvals and reimbursements are severely impacting the finances of families, but most importantly, the educational rights for children with disabilities. The new director is not acting in good faith, and these changes do not align with the law, rules, or handbook that previous directors and parents who collaborated with together to ensure program compliance, efficiency, and effectiveness. The new director is acting above the law by redefining curriculum, removing access to debit cards, and discriminating against families with lower socioeconomic status by encouraging reimbursement. Secondly, the state's Treasury Department needs to open an investigation into the practices of Class Wallet. Reimbursements are not being deposited into our accounts even after money has been removed from our son's accounts. The misuse of funding errors are blamed on parents and not Class Wallet. Receipts are not uploaded due to Class Wallet platform issues. And Class Wallet refuses to cooperate or communicate on resolving issues. They transfer our phone calls, tell me that someone will call me back, and send emails with repetitive information. Our children's therapists, tutors, and instructors are rightfully disenchanted with Class Wallet and have asked us to pay with a debit card. We are looking forward to these issues being resolved in a timely manner in order for our children to have their educational and therapeutic services resume. I ask for rejection of the ESA reports by both Horn and Recurso, and thank you for your time.
Vice President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Up next is Frederick Daniel Keys.
My name is Dan Kiwis. I'm a parent and educator to 3 sons significantly impacted by their ADHD and ASD diagnosis, to the point that my wife, an educator with a master's degree in special education, she left her job to educate our sons. No formal curriculum, traditional classroom placement, or public education philosophy can address my children's educational and developmental needs, which is why we joined ESA in January of 2020, before Class Wallet became involved. I work multiple jobs to ensure my wife and our boys have what they need to thrive in their learning and journey and environment. I'm waiting for reimbursements totaling several $100s for purchases made every month since October. A few months back, we had to disconnect our bank account from Class Wallet because of unauthorized access to our personal funds. And last week, Class Wallet deposited money into that same account. The funds deposited in our children's accounts. Class Wallet is problematic, limiting the type and size of file uploads for receipt, duplicating orders that require refunds, does not return taxes on returned goods, and causes delays in transactions being updated. We have had our debit card decline multiple times due to Class Wallet's errors and delays in communication. Class Wallet is a disservice to Arizona taxpayers, and they misuse our monies, and they do not communicate in a timely manner to resolve issues. The Arizona State Treasury Department needs to open an investigation into Class Wallet's practices. I will continue performing as a good steward of our son's ESA funding. ESA needs to return to operating at a level it did before the new director took over. Thank you for being receptive to our experience.
Up next is Rochelle Chaubert.
Good job. It was so close to my home. Thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Rochelle Chaubert. I'm an ESA parent of 2 special education students. This program has changed the trajectory of their lives for the better. The parents who have fought for years to keep this program safe and accessible are owed a great deal of gratitude, and that's what I'm here to say. This is our 2nd year in the program, and with the help of other parents and the parent handbook, I've been able to navigate ESA to establish the educational therapies and assistance that my children need, as well as secure curriculum and supplies that help them thrive in their education. Recently, we learned that debit cards are no longer being issued to new families, and it is unlikely that debit cards will remain as part of the program in the future. Without the debit card, parents will have 3 options, which you've heard about: ordering directly through Class Wallet's marketplace, which has limited options, and often gets canceled; ordering through direct pay and Class Wallet, which leaves the vendor waiting 45 to 60 days for payment, and that's only if we were able to talk them into joining Class Wallet; or use reimbursement. Reimbursement is not an option for many families, including my own. If we lose the debit card, my kids will either lose their educational therapists, or we will have to front thousands of dollars each month to pay for the therapies and wait on reimbursement. I recently had reimbursement denied after 5 weeks for an item that is specifically listed as an allowed expense in the handbook. I'm sure it was an error, but I had to start the process all over, and we'll be waiting another 5 weeks for reimbursement. I understand that the debit card is more work for the ESA department to process. There are safety measures in place, such as MCC codes and a process to pursue return of funds if parents use them incorrectly. As a parent, the handbook is what I go to answers, and I believe I should be trusted to follow it. As a parent, the handbook is what I trust to protect me and inform me on how the ESA department operates. The last month has left many of us scared to make any purchases because the department is no longer going by the handbook. and is making changes to procedures mid-year via email. Upending my schedule for today, arranging childcare and coming to this meeting wasn't easy, but it was the right thing to do. Ensuring parents have reasonable access to their child's educational funding is the right thing to do. Our children deserve an education that meets their needs, which cannot be achieved by severely limiting access, to the funding that the legislator has provided. Thank you.
Thank you all for your enthusiasm, but just out of respect for time, if we could proceed to each comment without applause, it would be appreciated.
Vice President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Up next is Sandra Kirkby.
Hi, everyone. My name is Sandra Kirkby, and I'm a mother of 2 children. One utilizes DSA and one attends public school, which you will be hearing from him shortly in school safety. I'm frustrated that my children are repeatedly negatively impacted by being used as a political tool. Mr. Horn, I am disappointed by your talking points in the beginning of this session. They are untruthful, they are misleading, and you know it. And so do you, Ms. Urso. I can't believe that Mr. Curso is going after the parents over Chick-fil-A receipts when Class Wallet, our third-party vendor, is fraudulently keeping hundreds of thousands of dollars probably of our accounts, from our students' accounts. I personally had $350 missing from my account. I know people that have $3,000 missing from their accounts, and they would never know it if they probably wouldn't have realized it if the parents didn't inform other parents how to check the balance of a prepaid debit card. We've never gotten instructions from ESA department, from Mr. Curso or anybody how to check our prepaid debit card balances. There should be 0 balance on it, and they're not, because Class Wallet conveniently forgets to or doesn't process returns properly. This happens through Marketplace as well, but there's no way to track it. Class Wallet has no running balance. They are stealing from us. And Mr. Curso is trying to deflect and make us use the one method that makes it easiest for Class Wallet to steal from us.
Yeah.
Mr. Horn, shame on you. And shame on you. I can't believe that you appointed a director, executive director with a high school diploma and no work experience that would help her in this position. She has let down our children. She has no business deciding what curriculum is. She's not qualified to do this.
Ms. Kirkby, thank you so much for your remarks. Please, just as a correct reminder to our audience, when addressing the board, speak directly to the board rather than to members of the audience. And we are limiting comments to 2 minutes. Thank you so much.
Vice President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Up next is Janine Menard.
Good morning, Superintendent Horn and board members. My name is Janine Menard, and I have been a school counselor for 20 years. I work in the Tolleson Elementary School District. Most of my experience as a school counselor has been in pre-K through 8th grade. I am here to talk to you about the School Safety Grant Program. The role of the school counselor has evolved over the past few years due to the advancement of technology, social media, and societal pressures. Students have evolved into something that may be unrecognizable to someone who hasn't been in the classroom for over 10 years. Back in 2018, I was board chair for the Arizona School Councils Association. I wrote the grant as a way to reduce our state's worst in the nation school, the school counselor ratio. At one point, our ratio was as high as 1,000 students to one school counselor. The role of the school counselor is to support students academically, assist with post-secondary options, promote civic engagement, and most important, support students' transition goals to high school, especially with students with special needs. By changing the original intent of the student safety grant, Tom Horn is getting rid of student services that teach children how to manage emotions, which decrease discipline, achieve personal and academic goals, and set students up for economic success, which enhances their workforce ready skills. There will be a huge negative impact on our kids if they lose these services in school. Governor Ducey allocated $20 million towards this grant in order to reduce our ratios. He saw the need and made a bold move to support our students. The Department of Ed has no scope to change the language of this grant as it is written into state statute. Changing the language circumvents the law to suit a political ideology. Tom Horton does not know what is best for each school district. The choice for a school counselor, school social worker, or an SRO should remain a local decision where districts work with parents and community stakeholders on how to keep students safe. And the data from the first round of applicants clearly showed districts requested school counselor overwhelmingly amongst school social workers and resource officers. Arizona ranks #1 in the nation for adverse childhood experiences. When children feel connected, they show improved academic performance. School safety isn't just physical security, but emotional security as well. And I'd like to say that with our teacher shortage, school counselors not only benefit our students, but they also support the teachers. And finally, I'd like to express my support for all public schools, as my own children attended an elementary school district that did not have school counselors, and I really, really desperately wish they did. So thank you for allowing me to speak today.
Thank you so much.
Vice President Haley, Warren, members of the board. Up next is Megan Espinoza.
Hello, my name is Megan Espinoza. I'm an 8th grader at Shady Farm from the class of nature. I've gone to Shady for about 4 years now. I have drawn from sports like basketball, soccer, and even volleyball. So the programs like Jagged and Jason. Those programs and sports have been a part of my journey as well as my counseling. I have been in counseling for a year now, and I have grown a lot from when I first started. I wasn't well at controlling myself and emotions as well as my feelings. I would always just snap and just be enraged. I was very angry and disappointed. I had trouble expressing myself and my thoughts. At the time I wasn't doing well in school, I was having trouble with reading and writing. I'm also an only child and my mom is a single mom. My dad isn't much in my life, so it was very hard for me to accept that he didn't have much. And counseling helped with that. I'm not such an angry person and a depressed person. I have learned and grown through not having a dad. I also got better in school and I am much better at reading and writing. I do not struggle as much as I used to. I am really grateful for my mom for helping me through my dreams. So at first I wasn't sure counseling was going to help and I was scared. But mental health isn't talked much about in my culture. I'm Hispanic and my mom is Honduran and asthma. So mental health isn't noticed as much as it should be. It is a big part of growing as a person and human. It's so important to know how to love yourself. So going through anxiety and depression and just rage, it's hard to go through alone. That's why counseling is important because you're quick to talk about that, about your thoughts and emotions, about how you feel. That's why counseling should be recognized more for the kids who go through mental health to feel free to talk about their feelings and emotions. So I feel like it's important for everyone to be more aware of mental health, especially adults and parents, so the kids don't have to go through it alone. We can help them. Thank you for having me.
So much for being with us. Friendly reminder, we appreciate the enthusiasm, but for the sake of time, we'll just continue to run through without applause. Thank you.
Vice President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Up next is Kathy Ann Serzega.
Good morning, members of the Arizona State Board of Education. My name is Kathy Serzega, and I am here today to address the process by which termination of teachers takes place
in the state, and the ineffective processing times that the empowerment scholarship account providers get paid. There's been a lot of impassioned speeches before me, so I won't go into that. I'll eliminate that. I agree with all of Cottonwood Superintendent Mr. King's statements made earlier about the state of our schools in the rural Verde Valley area. Maybe him and I can get in touch. I have been legally terminated from my position as a math interventionist at Mary Unified School District due to having a lung condition caused by multiple exposures to toxic chemicals on campus. They were successful with proving that I'm not able to perform the essential functions of my job either with or without reasonable accommodations, despite the medical evidence from my pulmonologist to the contrary. I received a letter of direction with a long list of false accusations, including job abandonment, poor job performance, the day after the toxic waste exposure, even though I have many, many years, over 3 decades worth of highly effective observations, including amazing results with the students at the School for the Blind. First time in their 100-year history they passed state exams. Yeah, that was me. Superintendent Vanderway rescinded the letter after I filed a grievance for the only policy the administrators broke: dishonest and unethical behavior, which implies harassment, discrimination, and retaliation are permitted. Instead of using the $2.5 million of ESSER 3 funding to fix their non-existing and malfunctioning air conditioning and heating in my assigned classroom that used to be a maintenance closet, no lie, no heat, no air conditioning, the school district found a way to make me disappear, and now I qualify for access medical benefits due to 5 months with no income despite having a signed contract. I am one of those 171,000 tutors that Mr. Horn mentioned in his opening statement, who waited more than 2 months for payments, transitioning from a highly qualified public school math teacher to an empowerment scholarship math tutor. I remain hopeful that as a result of the conditions surrounding my unfortunate dismissal, you will kindly consider the legislative policy changes. You have a teacher shortage for a reason. We need laws that protect teachers as well as school administrators, yet at the same time hold both accountable for their actions, especially when they involve retaliation, discrimination, and harassment for reporting a protected activity while having protected characteristics.
Kathy, thank you so much for your remarks today.
Thank you. May God bless all of you for serving on this board and making decisions that will affect so many lives.
Vice President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Up next is Julie Batt.
Good morning, members. Thanks for listening to us today. My name is Julie Batt, and I have 2 special needs kids in ESA. I've been around since the beginning. I run 2 of the largest and oldest ESA parent support groups on Facebook. I've helped thousands of parents for the past decade figure out how to use this program for their children's education. Superintendent Horn, your recent ESA video mentioned your administration is the most supportive and enthusiastic of ESA empowering parents. You said the prior administration did not administer ESA in a friendly way. Well, the email changes your new director has implemented, such as limiting debit cards, and especially now in the middle of a contract year when her department is months behind approving orders and answering help desk tickets, is not friendly to the ESA parents either. All of these exasperated parents wouldn't have commented if the department was really acting like a service organization. This board has already developed rules to define statute and approve a parent handbook. You and Christine mentioned following the letter of the law, but why is the department reading into things that are not there and ignoring other parts? Christine stood here and mentioned paper and pencils last month. Those don't fit neatly in her recent allowable items list. Do I need a formal curriculum with paper listed on a materials list? Christine mentions reasonable educational expenses will be approved, but what does that mean? ESA education looks different after all. That's why we opted out of a one-size-fits-all model of public school. Why do I have to attest I'm home educating when I've already signed in a contract that I agree to teach my child in these subjects? Why does she say this applies to electives, and what exactly are those? PE is required for high school graduation, so can I buy a soccer ball or a weight machine for my high schooler? This is why we need an allowable items database back. Things are either allowed or not allowed equally for everyone. It shouldn't depend on if my curriculum looks formal enough, how eloquently I explain my purchase, or if I have Christine's number on speed dial. I used to say I knew more about ESA than any other person in this state, but I am confused and frustrated. And you know, if I am, then 47,000 other ESA parents definitely are. Thank you.
Vice President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Up next is Nicole Miller.
Good morning. My name is Nicole Miller. I am a proud graduate of Mesa Public Schools and a parent in the Kyrene School District as well as Tempe Union High School District. I come to you today to express gratitude for public schools. This week is public school week, and I just want to express gratitude to all of our educators as well as staff in all of our public schools. They're incredible, and I would not be where I am if it were not for them. Speaking of public schools, I would also like to really welcome this board to consider increased transparency around the ESA program. We've heard countless people talk about some of the issues that they are encountering with this program, and I just think that if more transparency were available, there would be a lot less questions. I would also like to express some concern around some of the school safety measures that are being considered to be implemented. One of the previous speakers spoke about the importance of considering emotional safety when it comes to a school safety plan. And I just really would encourage you to look at the data as far as school resource officers and whether or not they actually bring forth a safe environment for all students. The data just doesn't support it. And so when we are thinking about educating students, we should be thinking about educating the whole student, which includes their emotional needs. And so with that, I will close my comments. Thank you so much for your time and consideration.
Vice President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Up next is Kevin Walsh.
Vice President Haley, Superintendent Horn, thank you for having me. I am the president of the Kyrene School District Governing Board. I've been on the board for 6 years. It's one of the largest elementary school districts in the state of Arizona, 26 schools. But I'm here as a parent. I have 3 kiddos, and 2 are in our Kyrene school. 1 is in diapers, and she'll be in there eventually. But I want to talk to you about school safety. As the governing board, we know that school safety is so important. It's one of our top priorities for our students. We believe that school resource officers, counselors, and social workers work together to provide that net. I know that when my kiddos were in the pandemic, a kindergartner and a second grader who were trying to learn a line. It's not good for their emotional health. It wasn't good for the learner. When they came back to school, you had a bunch of kids who missed out on key moments, socialization, interaction, conflict resolution, things that you used to kind of be able to figure out how to resolve amongst your peers. They've missed out on that opportunity. Discipline went up immensely in our classrooms. We didn't have the same ability for our students to learn because we had behaviors. I can tell you that school resource officer, the counselor, and the social worker all contribute to providing that environment where our kids can thrive. I know when my kids had the opportunity to speak with their counselor, they did better in the classroom, they did better with behaviors. And when we talk about behaviors, I hope that when we have a 3rd grader who's acting out in class, the first instinct isn't to call the school resource officer. No, I think that counselor might be the perfect person to talk to them about regulating their feelings and their emotions so they get back in the classroom and they can behave and they can succeed academically. So I do hope that we can provide flexibility for our schools. I know at some of our schools, we feel like we need to have a school resource officer, a counselor, and a social worker at each one of them. At some of them, we might think we need more social workers, we need more counselors. It will depend on the school. And every school is different in the state. So I do encourage you to continue to allow that flexibility for our school districts. And on the topic of ESAs, this is National Public School Week, so thank you for being here for that. I want to echo the sentiments of some of my prior speakers about having transparency. We have to remember, and I fully trust that you will give attention to the concerns of our ESA recipients, but the majority, the overwhelming majority of our students in the state attend our neighborhood public schools. So please continue to prioritize them and give them the attention and support that they so desperately need. Thank you very much.
Vice President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Up next is Dr. Mark Dornstedt.
Vice President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. I am Mark Dornstedt, representing the Arizona School Administrators, whose 1,500 members have the privilege of working with students, parents, educators, and communities to provide safe, orderly, welcoming, effective, and collaborative environments for Arizona's 1.1 million public school students. First, ASA wishes to thank you all for your advocacy on behalf of the recent override of the aggregate expenditure limit. Superintendent Horn, we appreciated your testimony at the legislature. Today, I wish to address item 5H, the school safety grant. The safety of our children and staff is critical, and resources to that end must be effectively allocated. Arizona public education features an incredible variety of school situations. Districts range from 100 students to tens of thousands. School configurations vary widely: K-8, 9-12, K-6, K-2, K-3, and so on. One size fits all might not be the most effective approach to this multiplicity. Thus, we are hearing concerns from our members over the recent priority being emphasized on school safety officers over all other approaches. These concerns arise from two sectors: elementary principals and rural leaders. Many elementary leaders, especially those with K-2 or K-3 schools dealing with the post-COVID mental struggles of their students, believe a counselor will improve school safety as much as a police officer. Our rural leaders reside in communities that continue to face a dire shortage of officers, with none to spare for public schools, even when funding is available. The CDC just recently called the mental health of our children a crisis. This important component of school safety requires a flexible approach. We ask for consideration of various choices in improving the safety of our schools and stand willing to collaborate on these considerations. Certainly, law enforcement officers play a crucial role, many times as the person on campus daily. However, the vast array of schools in Arizona necessitates a variety of options. Please keep multiple solutions available to our communities. Thank you.
Vice President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Up next is Wes Brownfield.
Madam Vice President, Madam Vice President, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. First, I want to say how grateful I am that I followed Jornstedt instead of the other way around. Because he'll make all the points that I will stand up here and forget. My name is Wes Brownfield. I'm the Executive Director of the Arizona Rural Schools Association. I'm here to, one, express gratitude for the school safety grant. It's meant a lot to a good many of my members. But I'd like to remind the board that in rural Arizona, the choice of selecting, hiring an SRO isn't always even possible. When the nearest cop shop is 30 minutes down the road, that makes having a school resource officer difficult. In a small rural community, if you cannot find a retired police officer or someone else similarly qualified, then you're not even going to get, as I understand the structure now, you're not even going to get to apply for a counselor position at all. Most of my members would love to have SROs, particularly the high school. But the reality in rural Arizona is that the choices are not great. One thing rural schools do, however, and they've proven their ability to do, is form consortia for purchase services. They do that very well with counselors, social workers, educational psychologists, occupational therapists, physical therapists. But that's a very difficult model to follow when you're talking about school resource officers. If you're a high school principal out in rural Arizona and you cannot find an SRO, what you're really going to want next is a guidance counselor, because we all know that one of the most important factors in a high school's success is the graduation rate. And a skilled guidance counselor can help get you there. I know that from direct personal experience. I just asked the board and Superintendent Horn to be flexible, if possible, with our rural schools. Thank you.
Vice President Haley, Superintendent, members of the board. Up next is Kate.
My name is Nathan, and I'm an 8th grade student at local junior high school in Chandler. We have 3 guidance counselors, 1 SRO, and no mental health counselors. This very much needs to be. In the beginning of the school year, I was not wanting to go with my father after school. I had multiple conversations with the SRO and guidance counselors about emotional abuse, including isolation, and my father punishes me for calling my mother and takes away my phone. Not a single person screened me to see if I felt safe with my dad. The SRO responded by telling me, quote unquote, your dad owns you on his time. After a month of this, I went to my dad's house and he gave me a concussion and never got me a medical treatment. For some reason, family court judge never stopped the parenting time. DCS came and the worker quit and didn't stop parenting time. The SRO knew about my concussion 3 weeks later. Instead of going to my dad's, I left school with a friend to go to a church youth group. The SRO knew about my concussion. The SRO knew I was safe at a church. He followed me to the church and I told him I didn't feel safe with my dad. The SRO threatened to have me arrested if I didn't go with my dad. I hesitantly went with my dad, who then spent the night screaming at me, threatening me, and telling me about how the family court judge said no interruption of parenting time.
Are you finished? Yes. No, are you finished?
Vice President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Up next is Jay.
Oh, no, I think he's getting geared up. I'm just gonna, he wrote, I'm just gonna say, he wanted you to please prioritize mental health counselors in junior highs and high schools. There's a difference between guidance counselors and mental health counselors. And guidance counselors don't do this, aren't qualified to do the same mental health screenings that mental health counselors can. So please consider that.
So Vice President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Up next is Jay Griffin.
Board President, board members, and people of the state of Arizona for hearing me today. My name is Jay Griffin. I'm speaking today as a champion for the public health and wellness of Arizona, the champion for the deaf and hard of hearing, the champion for speech, language, and hearing healthcare professionals, like Arizona's former superintendent of public instruction, and as a champion for children presently, formerly, or missing from Arizona foster care and the people who commit their constitutional liberty to care for them. I'm here now to champion the children and parents who lawfully qualify to receive and use the resources provided by the Arizona Revised Statute Title 15 to empower their rightful education according to the Arizona Constitution. Today, the board is hearing public comment evidencing the suffering that ESA parents and students are experiencing due partly to the leadership's inexperience in implementing a program of this type, but mostly conflicted by multiple interests and initiatives that interfere with the administrative integrity that this program deserves. ESA parents and children are being subjected to prejudicial, arbitrary, and inconsistent administrative procedures, policies, and decision-making that cause them to forfeit timely and appropriate progress towards their educational dreams, goals, and objectives. Additionally, we commenters are witness to conduct that is prohibited by any state employee, including exercising administrative powers in ways that exceed the prescriptive and prescriptive bounds of Arizona statute rules, creating the actual requirements of using official positions for personal interest and using official status to influence in ways that appear partial or favorable to personal, political, or religious interests. It is important that the board understand that we are not about simple staffing or leadership transition issues, or the department's administrative workload. ESA parents and children are not to blame for the department's administrative challenges or deficits. As evidenced by the exponential growth of the ESA program in the last year, the people had high hopes and expectations that this current administration would truly empower parents. But this has not been the reality yet, nor does it seem forthcoming, which reinforces that the problem lies with administrative leadership and not the people whom they serve. Therefore, this public commenter is very sad to ask that the board act to dismiss the director currently entrusted with the Empowerment Scholarship Program and seek a more qualified champion for that role. My name is Jay Griffin. Thank you for listening.
Vice President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Up next, Jennifer Parent.
Do I see, is Jennifer Parent here?
No. So up next is Catherine Bowles.
Vice President Haley, Superintendent Horn, and esteemed members, I speak today to make public my concern that Class Wallet has been mishandling Arizona taxpayer dollars. The old Bank of America cards had total transparency on our children's funds. Misspending was 0.001% according to Goldwater's Matt Beinberg's blog on the April 2020 Arizona Auditor General report about ESA. The old cards had a running account balance, but Class Wallet does not, so transactions are not accounted for. The lack of a running account balance is a red flag for lacking financial transparency. This has enabled ESA funds to disappear from students' accounts. Another ESA parent and I had a Zoom conversation with the appointee ESA Director Accurso in November. We explained multiple paths where ESA funds disappear in the Class Wallet system. These concerns have also been shared with Tom Horn's leadership team. These financial irregularities have been meticulously documented. This is a small portion of those documents. Those screenshots, debit card statements, and Class Wallet chats have been shared by emails from that parent to Accurso and CC'd to me. We are shocked at the lack of response by the ESA administration. Director Accurso has not indicated that she has done anything to investigate the financial irregularities of the Class Wallet system. It is deeply concerning that she is unwilling to investigate and that she might have a role in choosing its replacement. I request that the State Board of Education have the Arizona Attorney General investigate the financial irregularities in the class wallet system. Taxpayers need fiduciary oversight to be exercised over class wallet. This is why we are strongly advocating to go back to a Bank of America commercial prepaid debit card. Bank of America is subject to FDIC regulations, while Class Wallet is an unregulated financial technology company with the funds flowing through. Thank you for your time today.
Vice President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Up next is Chris Holmberg.
Good morning. I'm Chris Holmberg. I'm the president of a small company that just started back in November called Educational Services Alliances. And I just got some questions from some parents that we deal with day in and day out. And I just wanted to ask those questions. There's already been a lot of color. So, and I was hoping that the ESA program team could get back with us on these questions in the next couple of weeks. So here they are. When can we expect a return back to the 3 to 7 day payment time frame? And if that's not the goal, what is the goal, and when do you think that'll be reached? Another one is if we change the payment processor out, and it sounds like we might need to, doing that, over the summer when so many people might want to change and become part of the ESA program might be bad timing. Excuse me. I guess the other question I have is, what's the level of commitment to small ESA vendors, teachers, tutors, and therapies, businesses? Can we expect the same kind of service for them as larger ESA vendors? And lastly, I had a parent just over the weekend tell me that she's in a small rural school district and they don't support ESA extracurricular activities. And I was just wondering what those kind of parents, should do when their local school district, who's really their only option for extracurricular activities, what should they do if they're not offered or if they want to charge a very high price? So thank you.
Vice President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. That ends the in-person public comment. The remaining speakers are virtual.
Great.
Yeah, so we'll begin with Amanda Adams.
All right, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
We can.
Okay, good morning. I'm here this morning to also address concerns about the ESA program and the direction the program has taken, especially in the last couple of months. We've had, of course, some tenuous moments in the last 6 months or so with the implementation of universal ESA, but that's to be expected as we've quadrupled the size of the program. My concerns are that we have a director who I'm not sure is qualified to be running this program, and who seems to be dismissing years of advocacy work by parents and other legislators and lawmakers, and just making mass changes to the program at a time when the program isn't functioning well because we're not running up to full speed with the new universal ESA students. I'm concerned that the director is lobbying and speaking in other states while our program is struggling greatly here. I realize that some of these struggles are just growing pains, but a large portion of the issues I'm concerned about are the actions taken by the new director that have erased the years of advocacy work and that helped to make the program more accessible and help transparency with the department. It feels like the new director is playing favorites and prioritizing private schools and not the complex spending accounts that have to utilize much smaller vendors. I have 2 students on ESA. One uses his funds to attend a private school, and my other child is a complex spending account because of his disabilities. My son in private school is having his tuition approved within hours, but the educational items my complex spending son needs are weeks out on approval. I'm requesting the new director stop immediately in implementing changes that go against the handbook that we are contracted to. I request that the SB rules are followed and that advocacy work of parents isn't summarily dismissed. Please reinstate the searchable list. Please reinstate debit cards. please equalize all accounts and transactions, not favoring private schools, so that we don't lose our vendors who are having their livelihoods disappear. I appreciate this program and all it has done for my son, and I hope that we can see it work better in the future. Thank you so much.
Vice President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Up next virtually is Amy Monjadas.
Good morning, members of the board. My name is Amy Monjadas. I'm the business manager for Pine Strawberry Elementary School District, and I'm here to talk in regards to 5B on the agenda. The Pine Strawberry Elementary School District is diligently working with the district contract auditor to satisfy the USFR audit requirements for 2021. We do identify the delay as being a combination of items. One, shortened staff, as well as this year we have been working with the Auditor Generals on the performance audit. Being limited in staff and having 2 audits in 1 year has made it for a delay in our 21 year. We are a small rural school with limited staff that wear many hats. We want to appreciate the state school board staff for the support as we go through this process to satisfy the audit. The Pine Strawberry Elementary School District Governing Board is aware of the delay and the non-compliance, and they are supporting staff, and the community is aware of the delay in there. We hope to satisfy the audit by March 31st, 2021, if not sooner. We appreciate the opportunity to share the justification and the delay for our audit. Thank you so much.
Vice President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Up next is Beth Lewis.
Hello, sorry, can you hear me?
Yes.
We can.
Thank you. Happy National Public Schools Week. Thank you so much for all of you and everything that you do for our 1 million public school students here in Arizona. I'm Beth Lewis, Director of Save Our Schools Arizona. We fully support the original ESA program and have been really saddened to see the impact that Universal ESA is having on these families. We're also extremely concerned by the total lack of transparency and accountability. And I'm here to urge you to ensure that the ADE is in compliance with the ESA handbook. It does not appear that the current director is following the rules and policies adopted by this body. On February 8th, Ms. Accurso sent out a letter stating that individual tutors will now only need to provide their high school diploma to receive ESA funds. This is in direct conflict with the handbook, which states that any individual tutor must have at least a bachelor's degree or a specific credential in the area in which they tutor. For specific subjects like the arts and foreign language, tutors need to have an associate degree or higher, a credential, or a state teaching certificate, not simply a high school diploma. The accreditation process exists to protect parents and to ensure that students are being instructed by qualified individuals. Offering what is essentially a blanket accreditation to any adult leaves children vulnerable and could mislead parents who are just searching for highly qualified educators. We saw another email go out last week that now is saying, Ms. Accurso is saying that home educated, non-accredited high school diplomas were being accepted as well. And interestingly, Ms. Accurso recently testified to the Senate Education Committee that she does not want to open up the ESA rulemaking process, but last week sent an email telling ESA account holders that she's working on a new draft of the new parent handbook. So I don't know how one would draft a new parent handbook without opening up rulemaking with this board. Arizona taxpayers simply want to know where our dollars are going, and we should all want real accountability to ensure that children are safe and that they're learning. Watering down standards for individual tutors will have the opposite effect and is not in compliance with the board's rules. So I urge you to review and ensure that ADE is actually in compliance with the handbook. Thank you so much.
Vice President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Next, we have Julia Ivey.
Executive Director Ross, Julia Ivey has not joined the Zoom meeting.
Thank you, Jessica. Up next, we have Stephanie Carter.
Hello. Like many others, I'm concerned regarding the many recent changes to ESA contracts My primary objection, however, is just that we signed a contract, which is intended to be a binding agreement between parties. The terms of that contract were supposed to be clearly explained in a referenceable ESA handbook. One simply just cannot change the terms of a contract without the consent of all parties involved. This applies not only to my child's ESA contract, but the contract signed by every ESA family. If the terms of a contract are going to change, can only be altered, or if an updated contract is agreed upon and signed by all parties, or at the complete end of that initial contract term. Changes legally cannot be made mid-contract without invalidating the contract itself. However, Ms. Accurso has repeatedly attempted to alter those terms over the course of only a very few months. Program data is being repeatedly misinterpreted and misconstrued, whether intentionally or not, leading to faulty conclusions and illogical policy interpretations. These missing receipts that are repeatedly mentioned may not even be past due yet. We're given until the end of each quarter to upload those receipts. These changes that have been remarkably poorly communicated are leading to further misinterpretations by parents and further confusion on all parts. Policies regarding what constitutes curriculum are now very unclear. Guidelines are changing so rapidly that submissions may not even meet these updated requirements by the time the item is reviewed. If there are legal interpretation changes to be made, they should be compiled in a list and reviewed with the Parent Advisory Council before the upcoming contract year. Once approved by everyone, any changes should be fairly and uniformly administered. These incredibly frequent and poorly thought out changes are not only disallowed by law, they're just plain unfair to those of us who have been utilizing this program correctly. The cited cases of abuse are far outweighed by those complying with the rules per the handbook. Identify and resolve those cases of abuse, but do not punish everyone in the program for those few. I urge you to listen to the growing chorus of dissent amongst all ESA parents. These repeated changes are clearly not permitted per the terms of our 48,000 signed legally binding contracts. Thank you.
Vice President Haley, Superintendent, members of the board. Up next is Katie Boyko.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
We can.
Okay. I am reaching out as the parent of a child who's been using the ESA program for about 2 years now. My son has complex medical, psychiatric, and learning disabilities. The reason we left the public school system was to have the choice to tailor the curriculum and learning experiences to my child's needs in order for him to actually begin to make educational progress. I'm very, very concerned with several recent changes to the program and how they may be detrimental to some of the most vulnerable who utilize this program. Policy changes have been implemented via email communication that only some families have received. Many of these policies are in direct conflict with the handbook that was adopted by this board. While this is going on, reimbursements are taking often more than 2 months due to the growth of the program, and then often being declined due to these new policies that conflict directly with the handbook that was adopted by this board. The definition of curriculum is now being challenged by the director, Ms. Accurso, in conflict with the administrative rules of this program. Many ESA children require a unique approach to learning that is stifled by this redefining of curriculum. Decisions that have been made seem not to be knowledgeable of the needs of homeschool and special education students and may serve to make the program unusable for those who need it most. I am very concerned with the fact that we need a qualified individual who understands the ins and outs of this program for all families, not just a certain demographic. And I would like to see the board hold the director accountable to follow the policies and rules that were adopted into this handbook with the board's approval. Thank you for the opportunity to address these concerns today.
Vice President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Up next is Kamara Dodge.
Executive Director Ross, Kamara Dodge is not joining the meeting today.
Thank you, Jessica. Up next is Susan Collins.
Hello. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to the State Board of Education. My name is Susan Collins. I'm a career educator. I spent 30 years in the classroom between Mississippi and Arizona. I've always worked in rural schools with a Title I classification. My adult children attended those schools and are now successfully pursuing degrees in higher education. When I was growing up, my dad was a civilian contractor on military projects. By the time I graduated from high school, I had been enrolled in 17 different schools. Multiple studies have been conducted that track the adverse effects of moving on children and adolescents. The largest stabilizing factors for me were strong public schools and robust arts programming. Without them, my life would look very different. As a citizen in a rural community, I know the importance of local public schools. The public schools bring the community together, provide a common cause to support, a place to gather, and a source of information and support. When we need to gather as a community for large events, they usually take place at the high schools, either in the football stadium or in the auditorium. When civic organizations are looking for families to identify for support services, they ask the schools to provide contact. The Park and Recreation Department partners with the food service contractor for the school district to distribute summer meals as part of their outreach during times when school is not in session. My community has one very small private school that serves grades pre-K through 8. Kingman Unified School District serves 6,734 students in grades pre-K through 12 and is the third largest employer in our community. I've watched people, educators, and parents with children leave the public schools out of frustration. The main frustration is lack of resources available to serve the needs of students. Public schools are held to a very high level of transparency and accountability for how money is spent and its impact on student achievement. I would like to see the same level of accountability for public funds distributed through the ESA program. A strong public school system is paramount to the success of rural communities. It is an economic driver that attracts industry, healthcare providers, retail, and all of the support professions that go with them. I urge you to be diligent and very careful with approving ESA expenditures. All public money spent on education should be held to the same standard. Thank you.
Vice President Haley, Superintendent Moore, members of the board. Next, we have Rebecca Cross.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
You can.
Okay, thank you. I am in class today, so I just stepped out into the hallway and haven't caught what's happened so far, but I wanted to go ahead and give my comments. So thank you for the opportunity. As many of you on the board know, we've been ESA family for 5 years now, and I've never had as much trouble with the program as I've had in the last 2 months since the new administration started. With the previous administration, there was great frustration, but this administration is creating confusion and a lot of problems. SB has already defined what a course of study is and what counts as supplemental materials, but the new administration is ignoring that, as well as other SB rules, including the one to keep an ongoing database of approved item, and they are limiting our choices. My children do best with unit studies. We use a variety of materials, books, documentaries, curriculum, field trips, hands-on materials, etc. Under the new administration, almost nothing we do is good enough or counts. I have a background in education, including a master's degree. I've spent many years in the classroom. The members of the State Board of Education have a wide variety of experience in education as well. But the new director, who has no post-high school experience, education listed on her credentials, has decided that none of that matters, and she will not follow the rules that SB put together with the help of parents in 2020. I'm at a loss on how to utilize ESA for my students now, and that's never happened before. The director plans on eliminating the debit card, which is how we pay for all of our tutors. She reinterpreted what credentials are required, and my music teacher, who has a master in music from Boston Conservatory, is no longer sufficient. I need her to sign a non-notarized form saying she has at least a high school diploma from an accrediting organization. I'm not even sure what that is, because she bills under her studio name. The same is also true for our grammar teacher, who also has a master's degree. None of our tutors are on ClassWallet, and due to the continued security and financial risk that ClassWallet presents, I don't blame them. We are told that reimbursement is an option, but there's no deadline for the director to approve those requests. Instead of going in chronological order, she goes in her own order. Tuition requests are almost immediately granted. Those of us who educate at home are waiting several months. ESA is not meant as a program for private or religious schools only, or for those who can afford to float expenses for several months. We need to be able to continue to educate our children the way they learn best. We need to be able to pay our tutors with a debit card. We need to have an administrator who follows the rules established by the State Board of Education and who doesn't creatively interpret established statutes to fit her own agendas. My children were lost in the public school system, and ESA has allowed them to thrive. I'm asking for your help to keep them from being lost in the ESA system, since it's being turned into a private religious school system and a program for wealthy parents. Thank you for your
so
time.
much for your remarks.
Vice President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Next, we have Jen Weaver.
Hello, sorry, I'm new to this system. I'm here today to express my concerns about the changes in the ESA program. It seems that ESA is attempting to make changes based on their own views instead of following the law and the handbook that was signed for the 22-23 academic year. This concerns me not only because it negates all of the work our state has put into this program, but also as parents. Bypassing what has been agreed upon is unacceptable and destroys any progress our state has made to better educate its children. Students learn in a variety of ways. While one child may be able to read a book and retain everything, another may need to do it, build, create, experiment, or another form of kinesthetic learning, like my son. A bird cannot learn to breathe underwater, just as a fish cannot learn to fly. To restrict the definition set in our laws and handbook narrows how our children can learn. As a mother of a SPED student who is highly intelligent, but needs to be educated at home due to trauma caused by the public school system, it is imperative I fight for his rights to an education. Please do not allow someone who believes they know how my child should learn better than his own mother who has worked with him for years take that away from him. There are many forms of education backed by science that do not include, quote, scope and sequence, end quote, among other things that are now being required for necessary school items being denied. Many of these items are currently in the handbook as approved items. Our approved items list has been removed from the ESA's website, which gives many parents trepidation about ordering supplies for educating their child. We cannot afford to repay any items being denied, which we were told were approved. The ESA program is a godsend for families like mine, but it's becoming a hell, not knowing if we will end up going into debt because someone took it upon themselves to change the agreed upon requirements. Thank you so much for your time.
Vice President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Before I introduce the next speaker, just as a matter of process, we have 10 more speakers, and then we will take a break.
Great.
10-minute break. Up next is Tanya Weiner.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes.
We can.
I wanted to speak to the board today to make my concerns regarding ClassWallet public. My children who have special education needs have received ESA since the program began in 2011. Under the Bank of America system, I had access to account statements and to-the-minute account balances. Given that Bank of America is accountable to the FDIC, which provides oversight to the banking industry, I had confidence that my children's ESA funds were secure and account details were accurate. The Arizona Auditor General even reported that the Bank of America prepaid card program used for Arizona ESAs successfully deterred fraud with only 0.001% questionable activity. In July 2021, the ESA administration moved my children's ESA accounts from the reliable Bank of America system to ClassWallet. But ClassWallet is an unregulated business that provides technology services and now manages funds for nearly 50,000 ESA accounts with little to no oversight. In November 2022, I met with ESA Director Accurso, After she was appointed to the administrative management position, we discussed financial irregularities within the class wallet system. We stayed in touch and later discussed the balances that I found on the class wallet issued prepaid debit cards that are connected to my children's ESA accounts. These debit cards, which should hold a zero balance, are owned by ClassWallet, but contain funds from my children's ESAs that are inaccessible. One card has a trap balance of $443.64. The other has $1,284.78 that cannot be accessed by me, the account holder. It has become sadly apparent that Christina Curso and the Arizona Department of Education under Superintendent of Public Instruction, Tom Horn, have no intention of protecting ESAs from mismanagement. As an Arizona citizen, taxpayer, and account holder for 2 ESAs since 2011, I demand that Arizona Governor Katie Hobbs and Arizona Attorney General Chris Mays immediately intervene and protect ESAs.
Vice President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Next, we have Lynn Fox Embry.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
We can.
Thank you. I'm so sorry. Vice President Haley, Superintendent Horn, and members of the board, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I am an ESA parent of 3 children in the program. 2 are considered special needs. A couple of weeks ago, a ESA parent spoke briefly with Superintendent Horn, trying to express their concerns about the direction of the ESA program. He stated 60,000 transactions had occurred on the debit cards, and that was way too many, and ADE needed to slow things down. Superintendent Horn, Arizona Empowerment Scholarship accounts are established to provide options for education of students in the state per ARS 15-2402A. Parents who enroll their students in the ESA program agree to use the funds. Using the funds means it's going to involve transactions. ESA programs had at the time 45,000 account holders when they had that brief conversation. So with 60,000 purchases, that's only 1.3 purchases per student in that given month. The law, ARS 15-24-2B4, has 16 categories on how ESA funds can be used. 12 of these do not include qualified schools. These categories are allowed according to the law. The combination of delaying non-private schools' use of ESA funds and the speaking engagements that the director has had shows the heavily disprioritizing of the disabled students have become that have worked the program for years, myself since 2017. This certainly is not empowering the parents today. As account holder, I am asking the department to focus on running the program smoothly and not to make changes in the middle of the contract year. Please stop all this chaos. Let's fix the backlogs, then investigate what needs to be done with the new handbook that is due in 45 days and meet the laws of the Universal ESA. We do not need to rewrite it. We have spent time over the last few years trying to get a handbook that we all can use. Again, thank you so much for your time today. And I pray that we can see some type of resolution quickly.
Thank you so much.
Vice President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Next, we have Trevor Nelson.
Good morning, members of the board and others. Hope you can hear me.
Yes.
As a proud public school parent, I understand the importance of local control and school counselors in our schools. And school boards should be given the control over the school safety grant application, and the process should not be controlled or influenced by the political agenda of our state superintendent. School counselors are critical and crucial component of educational systems, and they provide a wide range of services that help students to navigate the challenges they face in their academic and personal lives. They are trained professionals who often are the first line of defense in identifying and addressing mental health concerns among students, including anxiety, depression, substance abuse, and others. School counselors' impact can be felt in the lives of countless students and families, including my own child who was bullied daily by a group of boys in class. The first year teacher was underprepared and there was no school counselor available. And when your kid is crying himself to sleep at night, changing eating habits and asking, sometimes begging not to go to school, there is something really wrong, and it's not just boys will be boys. Students should feel safe in school with freedom from bullying. What saved my son was his teacher the next school year, who just happened to have a background in psychology and mental health from her previous career. An SRO wouldn't be equipped to help my son, nor the boys who were acting out and needed some guidance. I say we got to give the schools the school counselors they request when they request them, if that's a part of their plan that they've determined through consultation with their site leadership, their teachers, and parents in that school and that area. Please stop the state superintendent from trying to put his influence over this process and let the grant application process happen as it should. Thank you for your time.
Vice President Haley, Superintendent Hort, members of the board. Next is Carmen Terrell.
Can anyone hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, so good morning, Superintendent Horn and members of the board. Again, my name is Carmen Terrell. And basically, I have some questions as well as say my statement. So I put it all together in one, but basically, I want to know where's the accountability, transparency, as well as consistency. Where is all that and how is that being done? If all this debit card, Section 8 like systems aren't being accounted for, when the conversation this morning is about the school safety budget. Does these schools have SROs? I bet they don't, because there's no there's no action going on in the schools funded by ESAs and STOs because there's security for homeschool parents, but no SROs in these private and micro schools. So why should there be SROs in school, period? There should be experienced counselors and funds going towards that. And I just want to make a note too that the structure is just slacking. And I love Arizona very much. And I am a public school proud parent with children that attend and have attended public school, which my oldest child has autism and he graduated from a public school. And I'm just appalled that this is going on. So the focus needs to stay on the safety issue and these experienced mental health counselors need to be brought on board and not some school resource officer that wants to be a vigilante. Thank y'all for the opportunity to speak and y'all have a nice day.
Vice President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Next is Erin Hebert.
That was a correct pronunciation. Hello, everyone. My name is Erin Hebert, and I am an Arizona educator and a proud product of Arizona Public Schools. Before I begin, I just want to support the words that Carmen and Trevor just gave. I strongly support Arizona Public Schools like the ones I attended in Yuma and the ones I taught in Flagstaff, as they are potential sites of community change, community care, and safety that people across Arizona rely on. As a high school student of Cibola High School in Yuma, I can proudly name my high school's guidance office. It seems like we have some other Yuma people in the crowd. I can name my guidance office as the place that I felt safest as a student when I was a high schooler. My counselor, her name was Becky Garcia, and she provided me with the resources and patience I needed to cope with the stress of being a teenager with my specific set of needs. And that's the places I felt safest, with my guidance counselor. I come to you as a teacher today and a product of Arizona Public Schools to speak in support of the school safety grant, but with a perspective that local control is vital in regards to how this grant is spent. Specific school districts must be able to decide whether they wish to prioritize the use of this grant for social workers or counselors instead of SROs. The ADE should not encourage the use of this grant to reflect the type of safety values, they should encourage the safety values of each unique Arizona community wishes to create in their school communities. The ADE should not use this grant as a window to force every school site in our state to hire an SRO and regularly have cops on public school campuses. Superintendent Horn has long loudly encouraged the policing of Arizona students for years. Instead, educators know that the research shows that SROs do little to reduce on-campus violence or mass shootings, and their presence is often damaging to students of color and students with disabilities. Having SROs in schools can actually create higher rates of behavioral incidents and spikes in suspension, expulsion, and arrests. Even within my time as a teacher, I know that I saw this type of abuse take place in our public schools, and I know that additional counselors would have created better environments for our students. Thank you so much.
Vice President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board, and next we have Misty Kelly.
Hi, thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can.
All right, thank you guys so much for hearing me. I am the mom of a special needs child. We have successfully used ESA for 8 years. It has been an incredible blessing for being able to educate my son, especially over the years. I have 2 special needs and 1 neurotypical child. We've utilized private special education, charter schools, public schools, home education, online schools, tutors, and so much more. This year, my son will graduate with a full diploma from an accredited high school, all because I've been able to meet his educational needs as they've changed throughout the years. And that was due in all part to ESA. So I am so thankful for this program, and I want to be part of what is good for the program to help and keep it useful for Arizonans. Removing debit cards is a terrible strategy for ESA. The program was ran successfully for years using only prepaid debit cards. The cards are not the problem. Every parent is responsible for their purchases. We require to be uploading our receipts within 20 transactions. The problem is not that parents aren't uploading these transactions. They're actually disappearing from Class Wallet. The debit card is literally the only way I can pay for my son's workshops, tutors, online classes, and including his community college classes. For those that are specialized needs, or especially in the rural areas where companies are not going to sign up with Class Wallet for 1 or 2 students, the debit card is essential. So I'm just asking that you keep that in mind, that this is what allows all Arizonans to be able to access the funds to give their children the education they need. The second point that I want to make today is that ESA law states that curriculum is a content area or course of study. It does not say that it is a formal or scope and sequence or requires a material list. For many subjects like PE, art, handwriting, reading, home ec, music, gymnastics, dance, gardening, 3D printing, game design, coding, all you really need for these things are how-to guides. They're the most up-to-date, most common material. When you have something like how to play the guitar for beginners, or month by month gardening in the deserts of Arizona, or dry climate gardening, these items need to suffice for the educational materials for the supplemental items needed. There is no better way of learning than by the way that the child learns best. Not all children will learn best from a formal curriculum, as shown by so many children not succeeding in the traditional school system.
Ms. Kelly, thank you so much for your remarks.
Thank you so much.
Vice President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board, we have 4 more speakers and then we will take a break. Up next is Tiffany Sanders.
Executive Director Ross, Tiffany Sanders, and Tamara Wilson, the next speaker on the call to the public list, have not signed into the meeting.
Thank you, Jessica. Then up next we have Shelley Lesser.
I just finished.
Hello, I'm sorry. Hello?
Hi, is it Shelley?
You can hear me? All right. Yes. Thank you, Superintendent Horn and the board for listening to my ESA concerns. Superintendent Horn, you just stated that non-traditional purchases would still be approved for special needs kids, only if we could track down a doctor or somebody acceptable to the director, a director who, as far as I know, has no training in special education or any education experience. In fact, her only work experience in the last 10 years has been in directing OBGYN clinics. I don't think you understand the incredible financial and time-consuming burden this will put on families that are struggling to home educate their special needs children. Doctors, psychologists, and therapists, they want to be paid, and you're asking us to get their recommendations for every single non-traditional purchase. Once again, you are requiring us to go through time-consuming and expensive hoops. It can take months to get an appointment with these providers and then months for approvals from the administration. And you are threatening us with the loss of our debit card, even if a single error occurs. And this will be decided by a former OBGYN clinic director at her sole discretion. You're proposing an approval system that will significantly delay. Can you still hear me?
Yes.
We can.
Okay. That will significantly delay my child's current educational trajectory. You, sir, have created a prejudicial policy aimed at special needs kids. You're sending us back 10 years. We need staff trained in special education that are open-minded to the unique individual needs of our children to evaluate these purchases and prevent months of delay in the education of these extremely vulnerable children. With the original ESA program, Arizona became a leader in creating an educational system that proves they value at-risk children. The original ESA experiment was a gutsy risk by the state of Arizona, and the parents of the at-risk children who became the study group in the experiment, the program was fine-tuned to for over 10 years to become a robust system that now has the potential to give all children incredible opportunities. Unfortunately, can I please have some more time? Unfortunately, the ESA administration of today are advocates for a different group, the new universal children attending religious private schools. In their enthusiasm, they're throwing away.
We need to move on to our next speaker.
Vice President Haley, Superintendent, and more members of the board. Our final speaker is Allison Hilliker.
Good morning. Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
We can.
All right. Thank you, members of the board. And I am Allison Hilliker. I am here today speaking to you as a parent of 2 students on the ESA program. I have very young children, both with disabilities, and we have been on the program for about 3 years. My way I prefer to celebrate Public School Week is by using my daughter's public school funds through the Empowerment Scholarship Account program. Public school has a long history of ableism, and that is the main reason that my children are on ESA. And if you feel a certain way about that, ask yourself, have you been a disabled student in public school? I have, so has my husband, and so has my oldest daughter. Home educating on the Empowerment Scholarship Account program has allowed my family to decide how much exclusion and ableism my children will be exposed to in any given day. My concerns that I'm bringing to you today about the ESA program are the constant changes that have been taking place with the program since the new director took this position. I have been dreading checking my email every week recently because there's some new change on the horizon. I try to be a good steward of my children's education funds, and I work hard to follow the rules. I read the handbook, I familiarize myself with statute, and I make a point to read and reread the materials I have. One day, I found that the allowed items list had disappeared. It had been taken down by the new director, and we get emails every week with changes to what requirements are needed for tutors, what items will be approved, and it makes a bit of a roller coaster for parents who are already doing a lot of work home educating. My other concern is with the possibility of the new director removing the debit card option going forward, whether we stay with Class Wallet or find a new vendor. My family joined the program in 2020, where we used a prepaid debit card that I was able to use as a blind parent. The process for managing the account was accessible. Class Wallet is not accessible. And I don't know if the new vendor that ESA or that AD wants to use will be accessible. I don't know if that's in your RFP or a process for auditing accessibility. I do know that a debit card has been very helpful while dealing with class wallet issues. I have to have someone, a person do my class wallet material.
Thank you so much for speaking with us.
Daily superintendent members of the board, we had a call to the public, person who requested to speak earlier, who had some tech issues, is now with us virtually. So we have one final, Julia Ivy.
Hello. My kids do ESA as well. And I am a little concerned, as well as a lot of the parents have mentioned, about what's going on. My main concern has been the Amazon orders. Many of them have probably already mentioned that there were issues with our orders are taking 45 to like 60 days to go through. And what happens is with ESA setup is if the amount changes too much, the order gets canceled. And so we're waiting 45 days, 60 days for materials, and then they're approving it finally, and then it's getting canceled on us. And then we have to go through the entire process again for another 45, 60 days. And if that amount changes again, it's having some huge issues for a lot of parents. I have both my children are special needs children. And so a lot of our education is going down rabbit holes, trying to get materials quickly when my children are still interested in things. And I know a lot of the other parents have that problem as well. Another concern I have is getting rid of the debit card. We don't use a debit card personally, but I know a lot of families do. And because they can't afford to do reimbursements or anything like that. And it's making it a lot harder for families to get stuff. It was already hard enough with blocking MCC codes and that constantly changing. So that's a huge concern. But I also have a concern about what they're considering curriculum nowadays. Under the new guidelines that were sent out in an email, a math textbook or a science textbook would not be considered curriculum, according to the emails that we received as parents. So I would like that to be updated a little bit. And items that you are obviously part of a certain subject are not being approved as well, even though it's blatantly obvious that they should be. So I hope that that will be updated. Having to prove every single thing is getting a little hard for us parents with special needs children. That's it.
Thank you, Ms. Ivy. Vice President Haley, Superintendent, Foreign members of the board, that concludes this call to the public.
Great. Thank you so much, Executive Director Ross. I think we will take a 10-minute break and we'll reconvene at 12:17 p.m. We just want to thank all the speakers that shared their insights with them or with all of us. As since Dr. Kaur's not here, I'm going to take sort of a point of privilege, and we are going to change the order of items under 5, general session. We're going to first hear from on 5G, then we will hear on 5H, and then we will get back into regular order. So, Executive Director Ross.
Vice President Haley, Superintendent Horn, member of the board, thank you. So we will be beginning with item 5G, which is a presentation and discussion regarding the commission of the ESA 2022 report. This is an information only item. The board will not be voting on this item at this time. And to present, we have Christina Kurzo from the Arizona Department of Education.
Good afternoon. My name is Christina Kurzo. I'm the Executive Director from the Empowerment Scholarship Account Program. Glad to be with you again today. Make my comments brief regarding this report that was presented for Q2 of fiscal year 23, so that I can leave it for your questions to be able to go through. What is before you as far as the data that has been presented is the data that was left for us. I found it on January 3rd when we started. So when it comes to the numbers and the information that is there, I can't speak to its accuracy because it's something that I received through our IT team from the previous administration. But I will point out 2 things. The first is on page 5. Something new that's not been presented before is the new contracts that were sent. And that's simply because the application and contract had been issued, but parents had not signed it, so we had to resend it. So that's one of the topics. And then just to speak to page 10, to give you an overview, as Superintendent Horn has already mentioned, if you add up all the orders that were received in Q2, 237,637 expense orders during that time. 49.7% of those were the debit cards. I'm very happy to speak to debit cards if those are part of your questions today. The order that this template is laid out in, since it's the same data that was given to me on day 1, I went ahead and kept the same template that the previous administration used. But I spoke with the executive director, and the next quarterly report going forward will have a completely different template because of the new rules that you just passed last month and all of that new data that will be in there. But I'm happy to answer any questions they might have.
Vice President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board, I just want to reiterate what Director Mercer said, that it was understood that this quarterly report is for October through December of 2022. So much of the information called for in the rulemaking that closed in the January board meeting was not yet available. So we'll see the reflection of those rules starting with the next quarterly report.
Great. Do we have any members of the board with specific questions?
I have a few questions, but I'll let Carla.
Member Kavickas?
Christina, it's not in the report. I don't know if it's something that can be ascertained, but given the comments that we heard, is it possible to know how many of the students or families who have ESAs because they have students with special needs and disabilities, how many of them are going to private school, how many are not, since it seems to be the bulk over here?
Right, Vice President Haley, Superintendent Horn, and Member Kavickas. Thank you for the question. It's not possible because we don't ask that question of when they apply because it's not necessary for enrollment.
I have a few questions about the handbook and then potentially some follow-up questions about the vast amount of feedback that we've received today and prior to today's meeting. So just to clarify, and I do know that the department, this Q2 report, that everyone kind of took office in January, so I realized that a lot of this information was kind of passed down. So just to clarify on page 8, section 6.1, that's about the parent feedback. Give you a chance to get there in case you need to. So did the prior administration not provide any of the typical parent feedback survey information that they had put in prior reports?
Vice President and Superintendent Horn and Member Clark, that is correct. Everything that I have for that quarter that's reportable is in there. So we don't have any information whatsoever. The new administration came in to a changing of files, and there was an iDrive, and in that iDrive is no longer accessible to me. So I tried to be able to find information. In fact, I don't even have access to any of the handbooks, all the previous to 21-22, and I had to find that from my own personal data. So those files are not something that are accessible to us, and I'm trying to find out ways to find it. But if there was parent feedback or information between October 1st to December 31st, our office doesn't have access to that. Otherwise, it would be in the report.
Thank you for that. How many meetings did you have with the prior ESA director?
Vice President Haley, Superintendent or Member Clark, I had a 5-minute Zoom meeting at my request to be able to meet with them, but no transition meetings.
So am I to understand correctly that you had requested transition meetings, but they declined those meetings?
I did that through, sorry, Vice President Haley, Superintendent or Member Clark. Yes, we were waiting for those transition meetings to occur, and I waited for our chief deputy, appointed chief deputy to have those, and they weren't offered.
Okay, so, but you guys weren't denied meetings to transition to go through all of these different types of things with the department. I'm just trying to find out, like, to help everyone understand who's asking for feedback about this. You know, did you ask for meetings to transition to the program and they declined them, or did they just not happen? Were they not asked for?
Member Clark, the meetings that I was waiting to have, because I did want them, thinking on this large program, it's important to have transition meetings. We did not receive the ability to have transition meetings. So I went ahead on my own to try and have a kind of virtual meeting, because I knew that they were working, she was working in a different location, not at the Department of Education. So the previous executive director and the director, I think her title was of communications and engagement, they hopped onto a Zoom with me at my request for a few minutes as a meet and greet. And in that time, I said I look forward to our transition meetings, of which they never happened, but we requested them.
I was going to transition to some other questions, but I wasn't sure if anyone had any more questions. I'm sorry, the quarterly report.
I do have a comment about the handbook when.
Vice President Haley, members of the board. Just for context, this item is related to the quarterly report. However, the handbook is due March 1st to board members, and then will be presented at the March meeting, just so that everybody has the context.
Just my brief comment. Thank you so much for your comments, Ms. Caruso. We really appreciate it. I would highly recommend that you go back and look at our March 2022 board meeting. At that board meeting, it was a very lively conversation about the handbook. It is something that the members of the board care deeply about. We heard many pieces of feedback from families about the ESA program, and we highly recommend that as you re-examine the board, the handbook that we put together and approved, I think in our April or May meeting, to examine the conversations that exude amongst the members on the board. Additionally, we highly recommend that you solicit parent feedback, not through just your parent advisory committee, but like you heard earlier today, many individuals care deeply about this program. It is unique in the country, and we want to make sure that parents have the information that they need in order to make the decisions they need to do on behalf of their children. So we strongly recommend that you do public forums that allow for the public engagement on that handbook. And again, as I said, I strongly recommend that you go back and look at our March and April comments, because they were very lively conversations, and you will be able to hear both what the public as well as what the board had to say in the formation of the 2022-2023 handbook.
Vice President Haley, I definitely will. And just so for your context, we did ask for feedback from the Parent Advisory Council. And March 1st, when I turn in the draft, the beginning, starting it, I'm going to have, I've already told all of the 48,000 parents that this week would be becoming the opportunity for them to chime in as well. We're not going to do it live, do it in writing, simply because 48,000 people, we don't have a mechanism. We'd have to do it 48 times to give them the open, because the capacity we have to do something online is only 1,000 people. So anyways, but we are definitely going to have everyone participate in that process, and understanding that substantive changes only come every 3 years. It's not time for that yet. So the intent is to edit what was done previously, but not a brand new huge. Yeah.
Good. Member Katniss.
Thank you, Vice President Haley. Superintendent Horn, members of the board, and Executive Director Arcusa, I'm sorry. Just to echo about the handbook coming up at our next meeting, we heard a lot of comments from different parents, especially about changes that happen midway through a year. And I think that I would also urge that whatever the handbook is, that we try to set that in place. So that way we don't have as many changes, we don't have unexpected things for families. We want to keep this as, I guess, expected as possible, so that parents can count on different things for their children. At the end of the day, we're serving parents, we're serving families, we're serving children. And so that's something that I would like to also add feedback for.
I agree, and I may speak to that for a moment briefly. The reason why that there are changes between January 3rd and today is because there are things that are out of alignment with the law and things that are not being spent on educational purposes. They needed to be reined in immediately. And I understand there's a struggle for the higher accountability that we are trying to bring to this program, but that will definitely, of course, once everything happens in the handbook, it makes sense that it'll remain that way.
Thank you. Just a quick question. You mentioned several, and I saw the letter that was sent to parents and included in our documents for today's meeting. You identified Chick-fil-A, Dillard's purchases, et cetera. Were those purchases made in the Q2 situation, or were those purchases that were made in, say, 2016 or 2011?
Sorry, President, those were made between July 1st, 2022 and December 31st, 2022.
I'd like to follow up with additional questions. Before I do that first, and I meant to do this earlier, I want to extend a sincere thank you to every single person that came today to give public comment. I know it can be difficult, how difficult it can be to come all the way either down here to give comments or even just coordinating, doing it virtually or writing it in. I've been a parent in that situation before. It is difficult and stressful. So I just want to acknowledge everyone that gave public comment today on the ESA issue and other issues that are important to you. I do want to be very clear that as an ESA parent, which is one of the main reasons why I was appointed to this board, that I will always support the option for families to have access to a debit card. It has been absolutely instrumental for me as a parent on this program. And I think, as we've heard today from all the comments, it's instrumental to so many families. I would love for the department to walk us through the process that you went through with stakeholders to decide on some of these recent changes that have happened mid-year. I've got 176 pages about debit card removal and issues, 166 pages of general ESA comments, and 59 pages of other emails from ESA families, which is more feedback, I think, that we've received, at least that I've received as a board member on the other issues. So you can sense the concern that so many families have. So I'd love to start us off with hearing the stakeholder process around these recent changes.
Right. Sorry, Vice President Haley, Superintendent Horn, Member Clark. The first one, I would say, to the accreditation process was a matter of speaking with our legal counsel. Once I realized that no accreditation was ever presented for any business offering tutoring or teaching services in the history of the program. So we have thousands of vendors registered in Class Wallet with the 0 accreditation, and the law calls for it. So that wasn't needed for the input portion. That was more needed for the portion for our legal team to be able to look at. And that's the reason why we wanted to bring that in alignment to the law. For an individual, it was always a bachelor's degree or higher, but for a business, there was nothing. And that's the reason why they needed to come into alignment with the law. So as far as the stakeholder process was not taken into consideration for that part of it. But I did notify parents, and none of that takes place till the beginning of April, that they were going to need an accreditation process for the businesses specifically. Is that what your question is regarding that?
So just kind of a follow-up on that, for the 11 years that the program had been in place, through different administrations at ADE, they never required the small businesses to have a separate accreditation. Did the department reach out to prior administrations to ask how they had dealt with that particular statutory issue in the past?
Member Clark, no, I went to the legal, both at the Attorney General's office and at our office, our in-house counsel, to deal with the legal question of that, because the law has always stated they have to be accredited.
So just to clarify, for members of the board, I dug into this issue because, of course, I've been on the program since 2018, and I wondered, oh, you know, what is this new small business requirement that's kind of popped up here? And what I learned from talking to both parents on the program who'd been on for years, and then potential other people that had, you know, been a part of the administration, was that in the past, a small business always used the individual credential of the tutor. So they would take the college degree of that individual tutor, and this is what I would do as a parent. And while the small business would bill out, let's say for that tutor, we always had to have the credential of the individual tutor, and that satisfied that requirement. So I just want to clarify that it seemed to me that it wasn't that it had been ignored in years past, but that it just had been interpreted differently, and we had the individual credentials of each of the tutors that were being billed out by any type of, you know, speech language pathologist or small business or kind of agency that provided tutoring. I would
like to speak to that. If you look in Class Wallet and you open up the portal for all of the businesses that are tutoring and teaching services, there are no credentials listed. So I understand for individuals there were, but for businesses there weren't. Now, with the superintendent's help, we worked together to make it very possible for every business to have the same credential, which is a high school diploma or higher, for an individual that the business would need to. They just have to attest that everybody in their business actually has that credential or higher, or provide an accreditation in their field. You know, whether or not it's academics or ballet or martial arts or whatever the tutor happens to be.
Thanks. And so I'm aware of like the recent changes that were made. My point in bringing it up is just that there was a process in place before where those small businesses were able to say all the people that are working for us, they are credentialed according to the standard at the time, which was a college degree. And so it seems as if a lot of new confusion may have been created because I think I saw 2 different forms that were then floating around, like application forms that were then created by the department that were new for these small businesses to have to say, yes, everybody here has a high school degree, when essentially they were kind of doing that before anyway. It just was flowing through the actual individual. So it's confusing to explain. I was confused, and I've been on, you know, the program for a while. So I can only imagine that that's one of the, you know, big concerns that's been presented in here from parents and from small businesses. Hey, what is this new change? And did you talk to us about it? Did you have a chance to share, you know, why you're making this change? It sounds like it was just through an internal decision that was made. So my encouragement is just that moving forward, when these types of changes are made, especially when they impact families and vendors, that as much stakeholder feedback can be gathered as possible on that. Raise my hand. I'd like to follow up on the allowable list. We saw a lot of feedback in here from families about the allowable list. Of course, that came up at the last board meeting. And one thing that I'd like to clarify is that the rules outline the process for the allowable list based on category. We talked about that before. However, nothing ever precludes the department from providing more. So nothing precludes the department from doing a webinar every week, providing, you know, hundreds of resource or guide documents, and nothing precludes the department from having or keeping that allowable list. It's not required, but you can still put it up there if you'd like. And what I've heard is that a lot of parents feel I wrote some notes here, like very scared to make purchases. And so I wonder if some of the increase in help desk tickets could be avoided by simply leaving the allowable list up for families so that they feel like they have confidence from the department about what they can purchase. Because the whole goal of this program is that it works for the families that utilize it and need it. So that would also be my encouragement to the department, is to consider leaving that list up, not just for parents, but for your own sake, because a lot of parents now, I'm being honest, myself included, probably would go ahead and submit a help desk ticket and ask for pre-approval on an item because I want to have it in writing that I'm okay to purchase that item. And that confidence was given by that allowable list. So just an encouragement there. Do you have any plans to put the allowable list back up on the website?
Member Clark, we don't have any plans at this time, but again, we are still staffing up. So we don't have a lot of help desk tickets on that. 16 in the month of January, because I did check on this. But I do know it's helpful, but also at the same time, there are a lot of things on there that were not allowable by law, meaning they weren't educational or couldn't be proven to be educational. So that's kind of the issues we're kind of looking at right now. And with the help of our auditor, we're going through to make sure that we have enough substantiation that this can be pointed to as an educational item.
So just to follow up, and I don't want to dominate the questions here, so please interrupt me if I'm asking too many questions. So related to the mid-year contract change regarding the debit cards, my understanding of the timeline was that first it was communicated to ESA account holders that the intention was to remove access to all the debit cards. Is that correct?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so I guess that was the misunderstanding. So what we heard as ESA parents is that there was an intention long-term to phase out all of the debit cards. And then it seemed that there was, I guess for lack of a better word, a backtracking to no, now it's only new ESA families who will not have access to a debit card. So families, I believe after, is it February 7th, will not be able to request a debit card. Is that correct?
Member, a couple of questions you asked there, so I'll start with the first. It was discussed amongst our executive team, a few of us, the problematic issue with debit cards. In a program of 10,000 to 12,000 students, it's manageable. In a program of 48,000 or more, it's not manageable. And if you want more data behind that, one of our auditors here who could speak to that a little bit more. So, but that discussion was never communicated to parents at all. So I don't know where that would have come from. So as of in February, and I don't know the exact date, when I announced it, we wouldn't be issuing any new ones. It means that people who have debit cards, and just to give you perspective, we have 48,000 students in the program and 17,000 debit cards out there, and 16,000 of them are used regularly, just so you know, contextually, you know, what we're talking about. And the ones that do not have any receipts that have turned in, so for an example, July 1 to September 30th, your receipts are due by October 31st. And October 1 to December 31st, your receipts are due by January 31st. So all of those from July 1st up until January 31st, when the receipts were due, we have 750 accounts with no receipts. I've gone back, spoken to Class Wallet, which is our current third-party vendor, which there are a lot of issues with internally and externally. We know this, to go back to review. And I heard somebody say today that they disappear. I don't know about that. So I can't speak to that. But the ones that are there, we're not talking about those. We're just talking about the ones without receipts. Now, according to the parameters of the program, we can remove their PSA contract altogether. And we're not doing that. We're taking a moderate approach to try and bring people into compliance. And then those people with debit cards who have misspent have been turned off as well.
So around sometime in early February, then an announcement or an email was sent that basically said we're not going to be allowing any new families to the ESA program to have access to the debit card. Only the families that are currently on the program will have access to the debit card. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So can you explain why some families are going to get to have that option and other families are not going to get to have that option? Because a lot of this feedback is related to families who are low income. We heard from families who are rural. We heard from special needs families that, hey, only a third of ESA families are utilizing a debit card based on the numbers that you just gave. So only a third of ESA families are utilizing the debit card to build out a customized education. So it seems like those families are the ones that have some of these very difficult and more complex situations where either, you know, they don't have vendors that are in the system, or vendors that don't want to be in the system. They don't have money to do reimbursements. And so the debit card is really essential for them in accessing the program. So how is that, I guess, fair that current families get access to the debit card, but no new families will?
Madam Clerk, I'll say a couple of things about that. The first is anybody who's called our call center, which I know there's been a handful, wanting a debit card, we've walked them through how to use the other options, and all of them have been satisfied, specifically, just the few that have called in, specifically through the marketplace and not as much through the direct pay, just because they just didn't have vendors in there at that time. Going forward, looking at our RFP, which we've already started that process for the new third-party vendor. If we do go with the digital wallet, or whatever our new party, what our new vendor would be, that's not something that's desirable with a growing program, but it's something that we want to be able to make sure we have multiple ways for parents to be able to access the funds. So if you'd like to hear specifically more about the debit card and the growing program, I'm happy to bring our auditor up to speak to that.
I don't think I need the auditor up to speak to it. I think I'm just concerned about the mid-year change, and it doesn't seem like a government program should be determining that some families get access to something that they're saying is very important to their child's education, but then new families, including new, special needs families, are saying just because I didn't find out about the program until March 2023, that I don't have access to the same options as prior families had. So I really want to encourage you guys to consider that.
And I'm happy to, oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
Okay, I'm happy to say that no parent is without access to their ESA funds. I know that there are backlogs and there are issues with us trying to get ahead. We are currently at the 17th of January on some backlogs of approvals, and the rest are around the 4th or 5th of January. We're trying to get through them as fast as possible with gaining 22 new staff members. Hopefully here in the next 3 weeks to 4 weeks, we'll be able to get beyond that. My goal, I think it came up earlier, my goal is to be able to have a staff that can turn things around in 48 hours. That's our desire, and that's what we would like. If we keep the debit card the way it's going, or if everybody had a debit card, that would never happen. Because chasing after receipts, showing what, we know where they spent it because they swiped the card, but we don't know what they bought. That brings them out of compliance. And I don't want to just cut off everybody's ESA program or debit card for that reason.
Thank you so much. So we have 3 people who have raised their hands. I see Dr. Clay, then Dr. Kaur, and then Superintendent Horn, you had your question. So Dr. Clay, feel free to unmute yourself and ask questions that you might have.
Good afternoon, everyone. My question is, could you explain to me again how you're going to address the parent and stakeholder engagement? Could you explain that to me in detail? Because I think that's one of the challenges that you have, misinformation, okay, and maybe not aligning with the stakeholders. So how are you going to make sure that you have a good communications with them? What is your plan?
Thank you for your question, Dr. Clay. I'm going to look this way, but not to be disrespectful, just so I can talk into the microphone. My plan is to continue to have the parent advisory committee that those that were chosen after the audit applications that came in, to represent 9 out of the 15 counties. And then we plan to do, and we'll be starting next week, with topic-driven webinars that are live, so people can ask questions live. Those could be recorded and put on the website. Because 48,000 people obviously will be, at least today, difficult to have in the same place at the same time. So that's the first part as far as the most important stakeholder, which is the parents. The second would be, for an example, part of the law change with the county superintendents. And so I have an email going out today to all the county superintendents to get feedback on the changes in the law around the qualified examinations for special needs. Otherwise, I'm gonna, starting in July, we can't start it before then, we're gonna have stakeholder meetings once a month at the department, specifically with people that aren't necessarily parents or community superintendents, just around this issue of ESA. People that have kind of surfaced. I was at Speaker Toma's office last week. He had a meeting with a couple of stakeholders that were interested. So trying to figure out who those people are so we can have that as well. So if we have that go on an ongoing basis, then we would have multiple, and of course the board is always welcome to chime into that too. And we're fully available to the board as well. Does that help answer the question?
Yeah, so I have one more question. Is there going to be any type of communication where there's immediate feedback with the stakeholders?
Dr. Clay, that is my intention, but it will be another very long email to clarify. Superintendent Horn and I did a video to try and deliver the message in a different way rather just in writing, to do it by video. So I'm getting criticized a lot for my long, transparent emails that they don't want that much information. So we can put it on the website, but we are still waiting for, we're still changing things at the department as far as being able to update the website. If you have ideas, I'm always open to them.
Yes, I don't know if this will work. I know you said that there's a lot of people, over 4,000 people. Maybe, I know that there are times when I am on a call with the federal government and they cut it off at a certain amount of people. So you log in and then if you're not there within a certain amount of time, a certain amount of cutoff, then it's cut off. Could you do something where the cutoff is a certain amount of people and then you have the questions already and then you answer those questions and it goes back and forth. You have the rules out there. I just want to make sure that the parents feel validated and the parents feel heard. Okay, and the only way you can do that is through feedback and then realignment, feedback and realignment. I know that it's going to be hard because this is new, but feedback is so important. So that's where my focus is, to make sure we get the information we need, to make sure that we get a 360-degree view of what's going on. We get the feedback and then we continuously realign, change direction if we have to, because with new information comes new direction. So I applaud you on what you're doing and what you're trying to do. That's just a recommendation. My recommendation is to try to figure out how to engage with your stakeholders where there is immediate feedback. But of course, you have to put some rules in place. Okay, so this is going to be a long thought process for you. You may want to get with people who've done this before. Just like Member Clark was saying, you don't have to reinvent the wheel. There are people out there who are in this or who've done it before, or maybe you pursue the people who are before you so that you have all that depth of knowledge to be successful in what you're doing. That's all I have with that. That's just some recommendations and advice to you.
Thank you, Dr. Clay.
Thank you so much, Dr. Clay. President Kaur, do you have your questions?
Thank you, Vice President Haley. I am more of a statement and a request than a question. I've had the distinct honor of serving on this board for a little over 6 years now, and have really heard from hundreds of ESA parents. And I would just implore us to listen to them, not just go through the motions, but listen to them. Over those many years, I've heard of I've picked up very common themes that we heard today. There is a desire among these parents for communication, regular, multifaceted, multimodal communication, and then stability. They have been yo-yoed back and forth with different rules, regulations, procedures, handbooks, administration, so on and so forth. Their life is with their children, and we owe them that stability. And I would just ask that we not make a false dichotomy between oversight and accountability and a system that is friendly to parents. It's not either or. It's got to be this and that. We have to be accountable and accommodative to parents. So I don't think there's a question embedded in that, but just a statement and a request. And I appreciate the opportunity to be able to make it.
I agree. Thank you, Dr. Hart.
Thank you so much, President Core. Superintendent Horn.
Thank you. What's the word again for crediting businesses and tutors?
Accreditation.
Accreditation, okay. But was it your understanding that the law required that not just individual tutors, but that businesses be accredited?
Yes, sir.
And did you have a discussion with the Attorney General of the state of Arizona, the deputy that represents us, about this issue?
Yes, sir.
And what did he tell you?
They need to be accredited.
That the businesses needed to be accredited?
Yes.
So, and did you have instructions for me that everything we did had to be strictly in compliance with the law?
Yes, sir.
And because if we're not strictly in compliance with the law, we risk great damage to the reputation of the program, both in Arizona and nationally.
Yes, sir.
And then did you attempt to find a way to accommodate the businesses by making it as easy as possible for them to be accredited?
Yes.
And as the Department of Education, a state agency, we had the right to accredit. Is that correct?
Yes.
And so what did you ask them to do in order to get their accreditation that would make it as reasonable as possible?
We asked them to provide their accreditation that they already have for their industry, or sign an attestation stating that every tutor that they're going to bill under for ESA funds has a high school degree or higher, which is equivalent to the individual.
So all you're asking is that they give you a statement that all of their tutors were high school graduates, is that right?
Yes.
And we heard Beth Lewis say, we should require that they be college graduates.
Yes, I heard that as well. But if you, as we discussed before, if you finish K through 12 and ESA is funding K through 12, if you've accomplished it.
We didn't think that would be reasonable to
Correct.
make them be college graduates. You just required them to be high school graduates. They're tutoring high school subjects.
Correct.
And you know, I told you that I tutored when I was in high school. Certainly high school graduates should be able to tutor subjects that are high school subjects, correct?
Correct.
And you wanted to make it as reasonable as possible. So yeah, all you asked them to do is send you a letter that says our tutors are high school graduates and we as a department would issue the accreditation.
Yes.
Did you consider that a reasonable way to proceed?
I did.
Okay. I want to talk about the debit cards. You said that your object is to pay all the claims within 48 hours.
That's our desire.
And you certainly want to do it more promptly than the prior administration did, right?
Yes.
Because they didn't pay them for months at a time.
Correct.
And so you feel that the ESA parents are entitled to have a prompt payment of the claims that are made, and the vendors are entitled to have a prompt payment of the claims that are made.
Yes.
Okay. And please describe what the administrative burden was in order to accomplish that if we continue just to have unlimited debit cards and unlimited use of debit cards.
Superintendent Horn, from my estimation, I would need 45 to 50 additional employees just to be able to administer the debit cards that are what's happening if everyone had access to them. You have to be able to track down the person real time because people don't respond to their emails. We sent 750 emails just last Friday saying you need to have your receipts. Last chance, got to be in by March 12th because I have not turned off one single debit card under this administration. The previous administration had left rules for that, but we have not because we're waiting for that final March 12th. So the Monday morning, March 13th, we can turn that off. It would be very difficult to be able to administer that because some of them, don't have receipts, but the ones that do, you wouldn't believe the number of people who are scanning like the back side of the receipt, so it's blank. Same thing, we have to go back to the parent saying, we got this uploaded, but turn it over. And they do quickly when we get a hold of them. So that money is already out the door. They're already spent that money, and that's okay, except for the fact that we have to have accountability for it, and there is none in the current structure of how we administer this.
So if somebody goes to a restaurant and uses a debit card that's funded by taxpayer dollars to pay for the food at that restaurant, how can you prevent that from happening? How do you track that down?
Superintendent Horn, the merchant codes, the MCC codes can be restricted to a specific type of business. So for example, Barnes and Noble, you can buy books there and that's accessible, obviously with ESA funds, that's educational. That MCC code is very similar to a retail because it's general retail. And so when parents push to have MCC codes opened up, it's also opening up to things that, you know, they we don't realize. For example, you can now buy computers with ESA funds as of the recent legislation, but I can't go and put the MCC code for Best Buy on there because they can also buy, it can't be limited towards the item. It has to be only limited towards the store. So they could buy refrigerators and ovens and other things that are there too. So we haven't done that. That's why we point people to the marketplace to be able to purchase those. Merchant codes, there's a lot of merchant codes that it's wide open to. That's how Dillard's, Taco Bell, Chick-fil-A, and Chevron, my examples, were easily used there because the parents that have been pushing, and I understand, I mean, I was that parent, was pushing to be able to have more access to the program. The problem is the accountability is very difficult when you have retail and then you see somebody swipe the card. I literally saw this right down the mall. Wetzel's Pretzels, like you just go right down to everything in the mall because everything there has the similar MCC codes. And I've confirmed that with Class Wallet. And I've also called some of those vendors myself and asked them their accounting systems, what the number is. So we can't say we want to be able to use it at Best Buy and then get mad when they buy a refrigerator and then we can't find them to pull that back. It's the accountability is difficult.
And when we took office, how many unpaid credit, how many debit card expenditures had there been made for which we had no receipts?
I don't know that exact number. There were 111,000 were the purchases. I don't remember the exact number, but a lot.
I think you told me it was a majority.
Yes, but I just don't know the number.
So over 55,000 debit card purchases were made and we never got a receipt for it.
Correct.
So how would you go about checking that to see if taxpayer funds were used for educational purposes rather than a clothing store or in a restaurant?
That is the challenge.
How would you do it?
I mean, I literally have to track down the parent for the receipt.
You'd have to make 55,000 phone calls and if they didn't answer the phone, keep after them, 55,000 people.
Correct.
Is that doable?
Not under our current, even if we fully staff, I don't think that's possible.
And if you tried to do that, is there any way in the world that you could catch up on 171,000 unpaid claims and growing at another 2,500 a day? Is there any way you could catch up on that?
No, sir. I think this is the universal ESA is a gift and a challenge, and the administrative challenge is quite the burden.
And there was a discussion about eliminating debit cards,
Yes.
correct? But you didn't want to do that. You wanted people who had debit cards and had used them honestly to be able to keep them, correct?
Right.
Is that a reasonable approach in your opinion to not disturb people who've had their debit cards and done them properly, but at the same time make it possible for you to not have the problem that the previous administration had where months went by and people were not paid?
That's correct.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have.
Member Kravickas. Thank you, Vice President Haley and members. More of a comment, Christine. One of the things that we heard a lot about today as you're moving forward with the handbook is I think one of the things that makes ESA so innovative is not just the financial mechanisms debated a lot nationally. It's the ability for families to personalize an education. And which also means that, and this is actually regardless of whether you have a disability or not, right? It's being able to personalize that education means that traditional curriculums are not going to fit nicely. Again, I realize that's the challenge, but I guess that's my challenge for you moving forward is we preserve that innovative opportunity to not just buy off-the-shelf curriculums and things that you would traditionally see, but to really tailor a special education using all the resources that are out there.
Thank you. Can I speak to that? Member Focus? I agree with you 100%, especially as a previous homeschool mom on an ESA, as a complex spender. I totally understand that, and I agree with you. We just have to be able to match that back up to proving that, with the auditor in mind, that it's an educational expense. I look at the barbecues that were purchased with how-to manuals, and I think, well, if they provided a how-to manual, if talk about fairness, like if you're going to do that here, you should be able to do that over here. And so it makes it a challenge to be able to say, well, the barbecue with the how-to manual is kind of a little bit different than special needs. That's why if it's on their IEP 504 met a letter, it will always be approved.
Thank you. Thank you for reminding me of that. One of the comments is that the IEPs I'm familiar with personally and of my friends are not that specific. Like they don't say X, Y, and Z manipulative must be used. The goal is this: we will use a variety of techniques to help the student learn to skip count. Exactly. But it doesn't say. That's why I was concerned about using the IEP as the deciding factor of whether or not it counts as education, because they're usually not that specific.
Member Griffith, because I totally agree with you. If it says sensory items, then when sensory items are presented for payment, we do. When I showed up on day one, I found that nobody had a special education background in the department of the SA department. So therefore, some of the new postings that are going out are to get people specifically with special education background working in our department of the SA to be able to look through those things more easily and identify them.
Do we have any additional questions? Member Clark?
I do. Thank you, board members, for allowing me to ask some additional follow-up questions. So I do feel compelled to gently and respectfully push back a little bit on some of the comments I've heard, just as an ESA parent and as I think one of the few that understands the ESA program as intimately as parents do as a parent on the program. I want to be very clear that in the past, ESA parents have been made to look like there's some sort of massive misuse of the program because certain examples are cited about a card being used somewhere. There was a public comment that was heard about referencing a Goldwater Institute kind of blog article that referred back to an Arizona Auditor General report that found even way back when with the Bank of America cards that there was less than 0.001% of actual like fraudulent activity on the cards. And even that number was challenged way back when by parents who utilized the cards because we said, hey, some of those potential purchases may not have been with an intent for fraud. Sometimes, which I know everyone's experienced this before, you might accidentally run something on the wrong card. And so even then, I think that we need to be really careful when we're citing these examples because we're making an assumption that somehow an ESA parent is trying to do something wrong or in error with their card when that may not always be the case. That's where having data and transparency related to that is so important because I don't want parents to be, on the whole, made to look like that everyone's using the card incorrectly when sometimes those things happen. Related to the receipts, I know that it's probably difficult and frustrating for the department to have or see maybe a high number of outstanding receipts. But at one point I had 5 kids on the program. When you're managing multiple invoices, therapies, different things like that, you have so many invoices that are coming in. And yes, a lot of parents do wait towards the end of the time frame that we're like allowed to wait by rule to get all of those uploaded and organized and into the system. Some parents, they upload the receipt and the credential the day the transaction happens. So again, I think it's very easy to look at a large number and to make it appear that all these ESA parents are somehow not doing what they're supposed to be doing, when the reality is we do have 30 days until the conclusion of a quarter to upload their receipts. One other example I want to give, Again, because I think it's important for my board members to understand, and also just for parents to know that their voices are being heard. In my own accounts, there is a situation where I lost a receipt for a $4 and something cents book. And I could not find it for the life of me. This was like in October. I went back and looked at my account and couldn't find the receipt, and had to go ahead and cut a check to the department because I lost a receipt. That happens. That's the process. That's the procedure. In my own accounts, it still shows like red that transaction is missing a receipt and hasn't been paid back. And the reason I mention that is, I've already got, all my documentation that shows, the department, cashed that check, everything's clear, whatever, for myself. But I bring that up because it is possible that a lot of the outstanding receipts or things that might look like a parent isn't doing something that they're supposed to do, if we scratch the surface a little bit and investigate it a little bit more, it could actually be that it's not an error or fault of the parent. It could be a system error or something on the department side. That's the case with me, and I'm on the State Board of Education. So I just wanted to bring that up as an example. I think it's important for people to know that all those outstanding receipts could be a variety of different things. I am thankful that the department wants to follow the law related to the ESA program. I wholeheartedly support that. Everyone should. Any government program, there's no level of misspending that's acceptable in any government program. That being said, I think that I'm hearing this word a lot about administrative burden, and I would encourage the department. I heard you say you haven't turned off any cards. Well, parents aren't following the rules. If things aren't done within the time frame, then that might be something that needs to happen. A card might need to be turned off if they violated the rules. And I think that would provide us a clear picture of those parents who are maybe intentionally doing something they're not supposed to do, and therefore their card might need to be turned off for a period of time until it's reconciled, versus then responding that the solution is that no new family, no special needs family, no low income family, no family in a rural community, no complex spending family has the opportunity to utilize the card. I think we've heard today it's a very important piece of the program. It's quite frankly one of the best parts of Arizona's ESA program, in spite of what people might think about it. And I hope that we won't see it as an administrative burden, especially since only a third of families utilize the debit card as it is. So just want to encourage that.
I think we need to go.
I think you're right. I'm not, but it's okay.
Okay. Well, thank you so much, Ms. Caruso. Do you pronounce it the A?
Caruso.
So thank you so much. I think we're now going to move on to item 5H, which is a presentation and discussion of the school safety grant by the Department of Education. Director Ross.
Thank you, Vice President Haley, Superintendent Board members of the board. As a reminder, this is an information only item, and today we have Sid Bailey with us from the Arizona Department of Education.
Vice President Haley, Superintendent Horn, and school board members. Good afternoon. I'm Sid Bailey, an Associate Superintendent under Superintendent Horn's administration. My task includes overseeing the school safety program grant. Public school education has been my life's work. My 40 years of experience includes serving 14 years as a high school principal in 2 different schools. I was blessed being the leader of both of those schools during the time they were nationally recognized for academic achievement. I learned early on that counselors, social workers are very important, and there's no debate here on how important they are. However, my number one priority, I learned early on, must be to provide a safe and orderly campus to students and to staff. To that end, allow me to update you regarding the school safety program. ARS 15-154 provides the Department of Education, subject to the review and approval of the State Board of Education, and distribute monies to the school district and charter schools that are in compliance with the program requirements and whose program proposals have been approved by the Board of Education. there's three tranches connected to the school safety program that I'd like to bring to your attention. The original school safety program grant requires reapplication for next year. That's approximately $30 million worth of funds. The new school safety program grant currently open for applications is approximately $50 million additional dollars. And then there's a Stronger Connections grant. It's a bipartisan safety communications communities act over 3 years. That's roughly $20 million. That's a federal grant. So let me just look at each one of those individually for just a moment. The renewal criteria for our original SSP grant, we will recommend that renewals be available to schools who are awarded counselors, social workers, school resource officers, and or juvenile probation officers, and who are applying to continue with this grant, assuming that they continue to meet the award criteria. And you can see the data from 2023. Was funded school counselors 309 positions, school social workers 169 positions, and school resource officers 152, and 2 probation officers. Now, the 2023 school safety program new grantee application is in its first year. We can get to the next slide, please.
That one of our virtual members is having a challenge being the PowerPoint.
Okay.
I'm able to see it for whatever reason. This is Daniel. I can see the PowerPoint.
Thank you, Dr. Cord.
So the 2023 new grantee application is currently in year 1. The supplemental appropriations of $50 million. The Department of Education shall first distribute monies to the schools on the school safety program waiting list to receive grants for the cost of placing school resource officers on school campuses. If the total cost of funding new grants or school resource officers cost is less than $50 million, the department may allocate the remaining monies to grants to schools for the cost of placing school counselors and social workers on school campuses. That's out of line 33 of the Joint Legislation Budget Committee. And then finally, the Stronger Connections grant is a federal grant, so there'll be no board action required, but that application process and requirement is being created as we speak. The focus will continue to be on school safety when school resource officers are not an option, and we are very sensitive to the fact that they're not always an option. We are looking at other alternatives, such as the school safety officers may be an alternative option there. My staff is working hard at reaching out to law enforcement agencies, both police and sheriff's department, retired agencies, for officers that have recently been retired that perhaps would be interested in working in schools as well. So we're in the process of looking at those options as well, because we understand there are a lot of small communities out there with a police force of 4, 5, or 6 and don't have the ability to provide a resource officer. So those are some challenges that we're looking at, and we're trying to help resolve to make sure that those schools are provided some safety too, because as I said, safety is a paramount concern for us. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your remarks. Are there any questions from members of the board? Member Kavickas.
Thank you, Vice President Haley, members. I said
Hi.
2 questions. One's probably more of an observation. I think all of us would agree that safety is important in our schools. But what's hard for me is we don't really have any state data. We don't have any state data to help inform the conversation. We just kind of rely on the school districts to report directly to the Office of Civil Rights, which is notoriously had lots of issues. I think I read somewhere that like half the school districts reported zeros across the country. So I just want to throw that out there because I think it is a critical topic and I appreciate you guys bringing this forward. But I would love to think about how we can bring back the database. I know we had an AZ Safe database at one point many years ago that went away. So I think that would really help us. And then really, quite frankly, state policymakers to have really great conversations. My second question / comment is, do we require any training of SROs? I know some of it goes to AZ Post, but is there any requirement for SROs to receive training in how to work with students with disabilities? We know typically there are very disproportionate impacts to those students on discipline initiatives. And I know even nationally, a lot of police officer organizations have been working on that as well.
Yes.
And if not, can we embed it?
Yeah, thank you for that comment, Vice President Haley, Superintendent Horn, and I'm gifted at butchering last names, so I don't even want to attempt. Member, but thank you for that information. We do have, in fact, we have a couple of people on staff that will create a very aggressive training program. And we absolutely are looking into that. We've got a lot of organizations that we're consulting with and working for, but we will absolutely take that under advisement, and I'll make sure that happens. Thank you.
Thank you. And to that point, I appreciate that. It's only if we collect data that we'll know if there's a disproportionate impact, if there's an improvement, even on all of these metrics. I know the applications require the LEAs to submit data in schools, which is great. But I think, again, if we're going to have, we're spending a decent amount of money, not saying that's enough, I'm sure more could always be used, but I think having that data would even justify that as well.
Thank you.
Do you have any additional questions? Jackie, Dr. Clay, do you have a question? Or Dr.
I
Ford?
do.
Dr. Clay, please.
I do. Okay, I have a couple of questions. Just to clarify, a school will not have a choice. They will have to get an SRO in their school before they will receive funding for counseling or social worker, right?
Vice President Haley, Superintendent Horn, and Member Clay. No, that's not accurate. That what will happen is school safety officers will be a priority. I'm not a prophet, so I don't know how far that money will go, but certainly people that apply for positions other than school safety, we will look at those, but the priority will be to fill school safety positions first and foremost.
Okay, my comment, and I'm talking from the field right now. I'm County Superintendent of Cochise County. I did talk to my sheriff and talk to a lot of other law enforcement personnel, and I'm going to read something to you, that a statement they've written. I have a strong proponent of having officers and deputies in our community rural schools for safety of our youth. Unfortunately, our current staffing cannot effectively support having an SRO in every school. It's no secret our sworn staffing levels are at minimum. Any mandates that to staff SROs without supplemental funding will cause an immediate hindrance within my operations to respond to emergency 911 calls and regular calls for service. That's one thing I wanted to share with you. The other thing is, as far as school safety, you have your sustainability, you have your interoperability, you have your prevention, your preparation, your response, and your recover. I believe that SROs is the response portion, but the prevention and the preparation is just as important. That's part of sustainability. Interoperability is us being able to communicate, getting people to the school as quickly as possible, or having an SRO there. But I believe that definitely a school should have their flexibility and autonomy to decide what they need, because you have a lot of rural schools that already have volunteer sheriffs and volunteer organizations that are working with them. I have one school right now, it will take 2.5 hours to get to the school from almost any place. So we have the Sheriff's Assist team. The Sheriff's Assist team is taking care of a lot of those outliers. I believe that you need to give all the school districts the opportunity to make their plans and to say, this is what they want because this is the plan we have. Pushing SROs onto the schools when they may already have a plan. I don't think it's equitable, especially to our rural schools. Schools should have a choice. Okay, and that's just my opinion. Schools should have a choice because they know what they need and they know what's in place. Yes, we have data and all these other things, but if you're not on the ground experiencing these things, okay, we need a 360-degree outlook on this instead of a 270. We have to have a full outlook of what's going on and give those schools the flexibility and autonomy that they need. Prevention and preparation is just as important as response. If we do the first two, we won't have to do the third one as much. And that is basically my statement.
Thank you so much, Member Clay. Member Meyerson.
Thank you. Could we go back to slide 4 from the presentation? Okay. Would it be this one? That one, yes, thank you. Ms. Bailey, how many of the funded positions, how many schools requested counselors?
I'm sorry.
How many schools requested counselors?
Well, as you can see, the school counselors, 309 were created. And I believe, I've got someone that has past history here I could call up, but I believe that's taking care of all the needs that were submitted.
Got it. And how many were for school resource officers?
And again, as you can see, 151.
So I was just hearing you talk a little bit about priorities. Could you just maybe articulate? So this to me feels like the priority from schools is around school counselors. Could you just talk a little bit about how that aligns with the department's view of the priority?
I can, or I can let Superintendent Horn speak for the department.
If I can.
Sure.
Could you show the next slide, please? The people elect the legislature. And the legislature told us that we should first distribute monies to schools waiting to receive grants for school resource officers. And they said if the total cost of funding new grants for school resource officers is less than 50 million, then we could have counselors. So although it would be my philosophy is consistent with that, it doesn't matter because we are dictated to by the legislature. And I would just say this: some people have implied earlier today that I don't care about mental health counselors. I do care about them very deeply. I served on a school board for 24 years, and the first time I was on the wrong end of a 4-to-1 vote was when the other 4 wanted to eliminate the counselors as an economy measure, and I voted against that because I felt it was important that kids have somebody to talk to if they need to. It's my goal is that we should have a school resource officer and a mental health counselor in every school. But my biggest nightmare is that some maniac is going to invade a school, kill 20 kids, as has happened in other states. It could happen to us. And if we had the chance to give them a school resource officer and we gave them a counselor instead, the parents would go crazy. They would say, how can you expose our kids to being killed when you could have given us somebody who would be there to fight back? There are no massacres of police stations because there are people who can defend themselves. Our kids deserve to have somebody to defend them as well. So the legislature has made the first priority school resource officers. And I agree with that, but I think it's also extremely important to have adequate counselors. Now, to some extent, that comes out of the school's existing budgets. And the amount of money allocated for school budgets was increased last year by over $800 million. So there's some responsibility on the school districts if they feel they don't have adequate counselors to make that determination of priorities. But basically, our obligation is to fulfill what the legislature has dictated to us. But I would say that with respect to the first 30 million, we will recommend that they be able to renew regardless of what they had asked for, because those people were hired in good faith at the time, and we don't want to force any districts to be laying off people that don't deserve to be laid off.
Any other questions? Member Katniss. Do you have a reminder?
No, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, finish.
I guess my follow-up would be, thank you for the commentary. I guess my understanding of the law related to school resource officers is that it's also very specific to law enforcement teaching, and that a primary consideration of getting a school resource officer would be to do what the law intends, which is actually education of law enforcement in reading the law, number one. But number two, I guess I'm wondering that while I understand the perspective of legislative intent, it would appear that schools on a 2-to-1 ratio are requesting counselors over school resource officers. And I wonder, or I would encourage the department to, as a school administrator, truly listen to the needs of schools, because they themselves know what is best for their school community. And I can tell you that the overwhelmed sense of need for school counselors and social workers is so present in our school communities, especially post-COVID. And so would just truly encourage the department that if in the new round of applications, there is a request at what this shows, which is 2-to-1 for school counselors, that the department would truly listen to the wishes of the schools and the governing board.
Member Kravickas, or Member Katniss. Forgive me.
Thank you. Vice President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members. I guess my first question is, I just want to clarify, would a school be able to, or a district be able to apply for an SRO and counselors and social workers? So it's not an either or situation, correct?
Correct, that's correct.
Okay, and then my next question is, when this was written, we got to hear from Janine Menard earlier today, a counselor who I think she said in 2018 she was one of the people that helped really write this grant. So what has changed since 2018 until now?
If I can,
yes.
With respect to the 30 million, nothing has changed, and I'm not proposing a change. I'm proposing renewing for the counselors that were requested. With respect to the 50 million, what has changed is that passed last year, and they told us to whom to give preference. And above all other things, I'm obligated to follow what the legislature has dictated. And the same is true of the federal grant. They tell us to give preference to school resource officers.
Okay.
Now, if they can't get a school resource officer, we have to take that into account. As we just heard earlier, sometimes we just can't get one. We've done a lot of thinking and talking about that, and we have suggestions for them. There's something called school safety officers who are not licensed policemen, but they're trained to deal with that kind of situation. And some districts, I know Phoenix Union uses those. If they have those, I think that would increase the probability that a counselor should be approved, because at least they've got somebody to protect the kids. But the federal grant as well directs us to give preference to school resource officers, and we have to follow that.
Gotcha. Thank you. Just in my daily profession, I work in an inner city school, low income population, and a very high trauma population. And so whenever I think about ways that we can actually make real change amongst our most vulnerable students, I think around students that really are going to learn one way or another. I've seen a lot of my students go to prison. I've seen a lot of my students end up in different areas that I think that if they would have had a counselor, if they would have had more social workers. And I think that something that hit close to home earlier today was hearing, in some schools we have 1,000 to 1 ratios of counselors. And so the more that we can actually help kids, especially with mental health, a lot of our students just don't know who to talk to. They don't have people in their schools that are safe. Those are priorities that I think would help our most vulnerable kids.
Any additional questions from the board? Oh, Dr. Clay.
Just to clarify, I think I did hear that, okay, what if the school cannot obtain any of the, the SRO or the, what was the other one that you said? I guess it's not an SRO, but they're trained to protect the school.
SSO, a school safety officer. Yes, ma'am.
SSO. Okay, thank you. Okay, so if that can't happen, then what? Would they have a choice of the two, or would funds be held and be given, to someone else? How would that look if I was a school and I couldn't get either one of them?
Thank you for that question, Vice President Haley and Superintendent Horn and Member Clay. We will exhaust all our possibilities, and we, in order to get them a safety officer of some sort. If we can't get them a safety officer, that does not preclude them from receiving any of their other requests they put in for.
Okay, thank you. I look forward to working with all of you. I really do. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Clay. Thank you very much for your remarks and presentation. Executive Director Ross.
So board members, we have a couple of options ahead of us. There is a good amount of the agenda left over. However, the two most discussion heavy items I think have been addressed. We can take a break, come back, push through the rest of the agenda, or if you would prefer, we could take lunch and then come back and address the rest of the agenda. I'd love feedback from you on what you would prefer.
I'm fine with whatever the group decides.
Oh.
Okay, we will proceed forward. It seems like the majority wants to.
Perfect. So that actually ends the moving of items. Vice President Haley and members of the board, item 5A is actually removed. Local Elementary was able to rectify its compliance with the Auditor General related to USFR. So we would move to item B.
Awesome. So member B, Director Ross.
Just for some context, excuse me, Vice President Haley, for some context, when a district is out of compliance with the Auditor General's office regarding their uniform system of financial records, that district is given 90 days to get into compliance by the Auditor General. If at the end of 90 days, the district is not in compliance, the Auditor General reaches out to the board. An item of this type will be added to the agenda. Board staff reaches out to the district repeatedly, as you saw with Mobile Elementary, in order to help the district sort of spark getting those requirements in place. If they are in place before the board meeting, the item is pulled. If not, the item does remain. However, just to clarify one piece of statute, while the board is going to vote today to withhold 3% of the district's state aid, that withholding ends if the district is in compliance by the end of the fiscal year. So that funding is returned to the district, just for some context.
Thank you. Any questions? So on to 5B. 5B, it is recommended that based on the Auditor General's reviews, the board determined that Pine Strawberry Elementary School District is out of compliance with USFR for the fiscal year ending June 30, 2021, I move to direct the superintendent of public instruction to withhold 3% of the district's state aid until the Auditor General reports that the district is in compliance with USFR. Do I have a motion?
I'll make that motion.
Great. Member Hingerman. Do I have a second?
Second.
Superintendent Horn. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Item 5C. This is presentation and discussion regarding the rehearing board decision for Dr. Lori Regal's case.
So Vice President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board, in examining the paperwork for Dr. Regal's appeal, Dr. Regal is missing the required special education professional knowledge exam. And so that is the primary reason for the appeal being denied.
Thank you so much, Executive Director Ross. On October 11, 2022, the hearing officer recommended that the board deny Dr. Lori Regal's appeal, thereby upholding the department's denial of her application for certification. Do I have a motion to deny the appeal of certification for reasons that do not involve immoral or unprofessional conduct for Dr. Lori Regal, case number 2022-015? Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Superintendent Horn, do I have a second? Second. Member Kavickas. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Member 5D, Executive Director Ross.
Vice President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board, in recent board meetings, the Special Education Advisory Panel, or CEAP for short, has been a topic of discussion. And so we have asked the Department of Education and a representative from CEAP to come and present, give you all some information on this panel, and to provide you a chance to ask questions as they may occur. We have with us Alyssa Trollinger from the Arizona Department of Education, and then Heidi, I'm so sorry, I'm blanking on your last name. From this CEAP to present. And this is information item only.
Good afternoon, Vice President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. My name is Heidi Sinkovic. I'm one of the CEAP co-chairs. I currently serve on the panel in the role of an administrator of programs for students with disabilities. I've been a member of the panel since 2016, and I have been serving as co-chair since June of 2022. Thanks for inviting us to speak this, well, it's not morning anymore, today, and provide information about the purpose and the role of our panel. So our state has established and maintains the Special Education Advisory Panel to provide policy guidance for special education and related services for children and youth with disabilities aged 3 through 21. We serve that way as an advisement panel, not an advocacy panel. We make recommendations and provide advisement to the Arizona State Board of Education, to the Superintendent of Public Instruction, and to the State Education Agency. We do most of that through the Deputy Associate Superintendent of Exceptional Student Services, Ms. Trollinger. CEAP is unique in that it is independently established as required by the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act. And our state statute. CEAP has 6 primary functions and duties related to the education of students with disabilities. We advise the SEA on unmet needs of students within the state, students with disabilities. We comment publicly on rules and regulations proposed by the state. We advise the SEA in developing evaluations and reporting on data to the Secretary under Section 618. We advise the SEA in developing corrective action plans to address findings identified in federal monitoring reports. And we advise the SEA in developing and implementing policies relating to the coordination of services for students with disabilities. We do also review all final due process officer findings and decisions. The major focus of the Special Education Advisory Panel is to, and what we spend the majority of our time on, is to advise the SEA of unmet needs and to advise the SEA on reporting data to the U.S. Department of Education. Some examples of our work in other areas over the past few years are the advisement provided by CEAP to the Department of Education, in developing a corrective action plan and setting baseline targets in the area of early childhood special education. And several years ago in 2017, providing comment on the revision of the board rules related to special education. The primary role of our panel is to provide advice and recommendations in our 6 areas of function. On or before December 1st, annually, we provide an annual report of activities and recommendations to the Deputy Associate Superintendent of ESS, who then shares that information with the State Board of Education. The panel operates according to what is set out in APA, the advisory panel bylaws, and the state open meeting laws. Membership is determined by the requirements of the IDA and our state statute. Nominations for vacancies can come from anywhere. They can come from within EDE, other CEAP panel members, and other interested parties. Our application is open online and anyone can apply for consideration. All members are appointed by the State Board of Education, and voting membership is capped at 23 members. The panel is individually authorized group, but our members are appointed by the State Board of Education. In the IDA, it specifies that the governor must appoint, or a governor's representative must appoint the members of the Special Education Advisory Panel for that state, and our bylaws articulate that the State Board of Education is that designee in Arizona. We cap our membership at 23 in order to have consistent attendance, to have sufficient stakeholder input, but not to have too many stakeholders that we don't have a quorum at our meetings. These are our membership demographics and the categories of membership outlined in statute. We have parents of children with disabilities, individuals with disabilities, other state agencies involved in financing or the delivery of services to children with disabilities, private schools, special education or general education teachers, institutions of higher education that prepare special educators or related service providers, public charter schools, a representative of vocational community or business organizations concerned with the provision of transition services beyond high school to children with disabilities, state, local officials, including a McKinney-Bento representative, administrators of programs for children with disabilities, state child welfare agency, representatives, and a representative of the state juvenile detention and correction agencies. The intention of the IDA in specifying member demographics across the board like this is to ensure that we have a wide variety of stakeholder groups that have a voice in providing advisement to the SEA. Arizona is unique in that our bylaws specify membership from a public charter school. I would assume that that was given the large number of charter schools that are in Arizona when the bylaws were developed. Members do often fulfill multiple roles when they serve on our panel. IDA does require that 50% of the members must be a person with a disability or have a child with a disability under the age of 26. So multiple members serve multiple roles. Our panel leadership and member participation is on a voluntary basis. This slide outlines for you how we proceed throughout our meetings. Leadership consists of 2 co-chairpersons and 1 vice chair. We as co-chairs serve 2-year terms, and our membership elects a co-chairperson and vice chairperson annually, or when their term is concluded. We, as co-chairs and the vice co-chair or vice chairperson in collaboration with the Deputy Associate Superintendent of ESS, comprise the executive committee, and Alyssa serves as an ex officio member of the panel and provides information and support to the panel, but does not serve as a voting member during the meetings. We do have a minimum amount of 4 meetings per year, and some years we do go over that number. In 2022, specifically, we had 7 meetings in our year between August and June. We were tasked with providing significant advisement to the SEA, including input and feedback related to 17 special education performance indicators included in the state's annual performance report and the state performance plan. And we provided significant stakeholder input on how to set baselines and targets for the SEA to use through fiscal year 2025 as required by the U.S. Department of Education, Office of Special Education Programs. Other topics that we provided advisement and input on was the special education cost study that recently concluded, I believe in December or January. K-5 literacy endorsement for teachers, the technical assistance document regarding students with disabilities in foster care, early childhood special education policies and procedures, including the OSEP corrective action plan for that group. Do you have any questions?
Do members of the board, do you have any questions? Member Kravickas.
Thank you, Vice President. It's nice to meet you. Alyssa, I had the privilege of serving on CEP for I think close to 2 years. As issues regarding special education have come up on the board, I wanted the board to know a little bit more about the panel since we don't necessarily have the time or the resources to go deep in some of these issues. I began talking with staff of how we might be able to kind of leverage the expertise at CEP. And I think one of the things I'm hoping the board came away with is the really unique membership, that 50% are people with a disability or parents. And it's just very diverse, charter schools, agencies, so there's everything you need there. So we talked with staff about potentially as issues come up, perhaps sending, like literally sending a memo to Alyssa saying, like, here's the issue that we're hearing from parents on. How can the CEP advise and consult with us on this?
Vice President Haley, Superintendent Horn, and members of the board, and Member Kravickas, I think the CEP would be happy to consider advisement on anything that the State Board of Education wanted to discuss regarding special education. I think I would echo what Heidi was speaking about. We're an independently authorized panel, so it would definitely be something that the panel would take under advisement. They may determine after reading the memo that it's something that doesn't fit with the priorities or it's something that they'd like to not take under advisement, but that's something that they could respond back to the State Board of Education and provide a rationale for that, and then you could make further decisions about what you wanted to do with that. But I think that it's likely that many of the issues that you want to talk about are things that will dovetail with things that CEP has interest in.
Thank you. Vice President, members, kind of flipping the conversation, the one issue that I heard so evidently, primarily from the parents, was inclusion. Their biggest concern, at least at that time, I would say the majority of us had kids with intellectual disabilities. I don't know if that's still the case. And only about 17% of kids with intellectual disabilities are in general education classrooms in Arizona. And so that was a really big theme. It's also a component of our accountability system. So I'm kind of teasing that now as potentially something that we can talk about and bring that feedback from CEAP when the time is right to discuss.
Any other questions? Member Clark. Thank you, Vice President, members, and I'll keep it fast. Thank you so much for this presentation. I echo Member Krivicus's the thankfulness that you guys are here. I want to hear as much as often as possible from you all because yeah, your work is so important and what's happening in Arizona, especially related to special education. I was just wondering, how do parents find out about CEAP?
So our meetings are public and they are posted. Our agendas are posted. And then if parents want to join CEAP, there is on the CEAP webpage I believe it's on the department's website, correct? Yes. There is an application there, the forms, requirements, and any deadlines that apply to requesting to be appointed as a member. So it is on the Department of Ed's website, and so all of the information is publicly available.
And when a parent goes through like the child find evaluation process, might end up having, a child with a disability, learning disability, whatever. Are they notified at all about the CEAP so that they're made aware that it exists during that time?
I think what you might be more referring to is Raising Special Kids, which is the parent information organization for the state. We are not part of that. So our role really is to work with the SEA, not directly with parents. So parents form the bulk of our membership, but we are not a parent organization. We're a panel that advises the SEA. So we do have a parent organization in Arizona, and that's Raising Special Kids.
Yes, thank you. Sorry, I am familiar with Raising Special Kids. What I'm trying to kind of bring to light is that I think more parent involvement and knowledge of the CEAP and the great work that you do, either because parents might be interested in serving on the board or just attending your open meetings would be fantastic. I never knew about the CEAP until I was on the state board. And I just think there's probably so many parents who might be Raising Special Kids throughout that process or be engaged or connected with them at some point. They would really benefit from knowing about the CEAP and being a part of it, especially since you guys provide very important policy guidance on so many issues. And I had just another follow-up question. So you mentioned about how CEAP reviews the final due process findings.
Yes.
Great. Do you guys also review, and help me out here if I'm not asking it in the right way, do you guys also review, or does the CEAP also review lawsuits or anything related to lawsuits against districts for violations of child find? Okay, so no.
No, so we receive a report on an annual basis from the dispute resolution department, and that is where we are looking at the issues of non-compliance. So, and we don't have any decision-making authority over those. We can provide input. That's more of an informational item on our agenda, though, is just to give us perspective when we are giving advisement to the SEA.
And then is your application like a rolling application for CEAP members?
I believe it's available. The only thing is that we look to fill those categories.
Yes.
So obviously, if we already have, 2 or 3 administrators, we would be looking for something that we have a vacancy in. So, and I believe
this is March 15th.
Yes, I was going to say, I believe there's a March due date. So it's March 15th. And I'm not sure if the list of openings is posted, but the list of our members and their representation is posted online. And so people can see, what category they would fit into if there's a vacancy, if they want to serve.
So a parent that would be interested in potentially serving on the CEAP can see online right now what area they would be potentially, like that there's openings?
It would show a vacancy for any role of that demographic list that I shared that is not currently filled.
And they would need to put their applications in by March 15th?
Yes.
May.
May, sorry, you said March.
I probably did say
Okay.
March.
Yes, it's May.
May.
We're gonna correct that. I was gonna say, they don't do it till June, but
May
yes.
15th.
Madam Krivakis, thank you.
I'm asking of staff, I don't remember if I saw last year's report from CF, so I just wanted to flag that. Maybe getting that and distributing it, because I don't remember seeing it. And for member Clark, will I actually ask Melissa to confirm, the dispute resolution report that you get is a result, like the beginning point of that is the complaints that get filed on your website. So dispute resolution is that process that resolves those complaints, correct? For the parents that we know send in those, that's the end result, right?
Yes,
Process,
so
maybe.
the due process actually is filed directly with the Office of Administrative Hearing, those due process complaints. However, we do receive information on CF. CF receives information on all of the dispute resolution actions, including state complaints, which are filed online. So that's a different type of dispute resolution action.
Thank you. To that point, and again, maybe I saw it and don't remember, is there any type of report either to the state or maybe to OSEP that summarizes all of the complaints that are taken and like what the end result of them are?
There is a report that is submitted to OSEP, the Office of Special Education Programs, that summarizes the actions that were taken over the course of a year. I do not believe it trends the data, I think, in the way in which you're asking. That is information that will be presented actually at the next CIAP meeting in March.
Thank you. Any other questions? Dr. Core, member Clay? No? Okay. Thank you both for your presentation today and answering our questions. Executive Director Ross, I think we are now on to 5E.
That's great. Members of the board, Member Krivakis, we have a note in that report from the department. We'll get that to you all right away. So item 5E is a presentation discussion on possible action to open rulemaking procedures. The R72318 reading. This is in response to the need for some statutory conformity as a result of legislation from a couple of sessions ago. The process, Vice President Haley, will be the board will vote to open rulemaking today, and then staff will put together a draft that will be disseminated to board members to gather feedback. The draft will then be feedback will be added to that draft, and then that draft will be a robust public feedback period before brought back to the board for consideration.
Fantastic. Okay. Any questions? Seeing none. Do I have a motion to open rulemaking procedures for AAC R7-2-318? Move on when reading. Moved. I'll give it to member Katniss. And do I have a second?
A second.
Member Myerson. All in favor? Aye. Aye. Any opposed? Looks like the motion carries. Thank you so much. All right, moving on to member 5F, Executive Director Ross.
Vice President Haley, Superintendent Moore, members of the board. This is a presentation discussion of possible action on rulemaking procedures for AAC R72-902, which regards independent accounting responsibilities. I'm going to ask Deputy Wonders to provide a brief explanation for that.
Yes, thank you, Director Ross. President Core, Vice President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. This agenda item is to open R7-2-902. This is in response to some legislation that passed last legislative session. It was House Bill 2179. The rulemaking would be creating conformity with the statutory change. It's about a process by which county school superintendents do a review for school districts that are applying for accounting responsibility. Or applying to assume accounting responsibility. So similar to the last item, upon authorization, rulemaking will be opened and we'll begin public comment and bring a draft, as well as solicit feedback for the board members to review. Happy to answer any questions.
Any questions? Any questions from the board? Seeing none. Gotta get my script. Do I have a motion to open rulemaking procedures for AAC R7-2-902, the independent accounting responsibilities?
So moved.
Member Clark, do I have a second? Okay. Member Kavickas? All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion carries. Okay. Moving on to jumping ahead to item number 5I, Director Ross.
Thank you, Vice President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. This is the legislative update that is included in each board meeting while the legislature is in session. So I will pass this over to Deputy Wonders.
Vice President Core, Vice President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. I have the unfortunate position of being last on the agenda. So that's great. So this is our monthly update on the legislative affairs. So where we are in session right now, we just got through committees that are hearing bills from the originating chamber. There have been 6 weeks of that. The legislature just went through what's called crossover week, sending bills out of the chamber. It seems like that's going to continue into this week. Most of the standing committees have been canceled. In terms of kind of big pictures thing that happened at the legislature over the past 6 weeks, the legislature passed a continuation budget, which was vetoed. And additionally, the aggregate expenditure limit was overridden. That was HCR 2001, which was passed by both chambers a few weeks ago. In terms of the board staff's role of the legislature, we've been monitoring legislation and responding to various pieces that have impacted or potentially will impact the board. There's about 80 bills that we've been tracking so far. About 8 to 10 of them have been things that would directly impact the board in some way. Most of those, some fast rulemaking, operational things, standards, those types of issues. Again, much of what we've been doing at this point is introducing both Director Ross and myself to new members, explaining the role of the board, a lot of education on what the board's function is, particularly talking about the process for standards and graduation requirements, accountability, and educator discipline as major functions of the board. One of the things that we've also done with the legislature is we presented on A through F in the House Education Committee. Members are very interested in learning more about how the system works. So we did kind of an educational presentation a few weeks ago in committee. In terms of some of the major topics that have been addressed in the education space this legislative session, the aggregate expenditure limit was a large chunk of discussion over the first few months, or first couple months of session. There have been a number of school finance reform proposals. A number of things in kind of the prohibited instruction, reporting, accountability space, some dual enrollment conversations, a number of legislative items on student discipline, school safety, and special education have also been some kind of focus areas that there have been a number of bills on. At this point, we do not recommend, we're not bringing any recommendation to the board to take a full vote on changing a position or taking a new position on any legislation. I would be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for the board? Dr. Clay, President Moore, either of you? Okay, thank you so much.
No questions.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much, Executive Deputy Director Wonders. I think we are on to the next item. Great, item number 6. This is a time for comment on items from the consent portion of the enforcement actions. All speakers will be limited to 2 minutes. Director Ross, do we have any requests to speak?
Vice President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board, there are no requests at this time.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Moving on. Fantastic. I think Cora had to step down or step out. We're on to item number 7. This is the consent agenda for enforcement actions. The consent agenda for enforcement action will be taken in a single motion. Do I have a motion to approve items 7A1 through items 7A12 and item 7B1?
So moved.
Member Clark, do I have a second?
I second.
Dr. Hagerman snuck in before you. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? The motion carries. Moving on to item 8. This is a time for comments on items on the general session portion of the enforcement actions. All speakers will be limited to 2 minutes. Executive Director Ross, have we received any requests to speak?
Vice President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board, there are no requests to speak.
All right, thank you so much. Moving forward on item 9, this is the general session. This is certification enforcement actions. Item 9A, the negotiated settlements agreements. All right, so I will take each item as a single motion. Do I have a motion to approve items 9A1 and 9A2?
So moved.
Member Katniss, do I have a second?
Second.
Member Clark. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, item carries. Item 9B, Elizabeth Carney, case number C-2021-012965. Do I have a motion to adopt the findings of fact, conclusions of law, and the recommendations of the PPAC and revoke any and all certificates held by Elizabeth Carney, that all states and territories be notified? Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Clark? Do I have a second?
Second.
Katniss seconds. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Item 9C. Item Lynn Matthews, case number C-2022-001646. Do I have a motion to adopt the findings of fact, conclusions of law, and the recommendations of the PPAC, and suspend any and all certificates held by Lynn Matthews through May 5th, 2025, and that all states and territories be so notified?
So moved.
Member Clark moves. Do I have a second?
Second.
Member Katniss. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Item 9D, Michael R. Newman, case number C-2021-012371. Do I have a motion to adopt the findings of fact, conclusions of law, and the recommendations of PPAC and revoke the educator identification number of Michael R. Newman for a period of 5 years, and that all states and territories be notified? Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Dr. Hagerman, do I have a second?
Second.
Member Katniss, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carried. Item 9E, Elizabeth Ramirez, case number C-2021-011844. Do I have a motion to adopt the findings of fact, conclusions of law, and the recommendation of the PPAC and suspend the teaching certificate of Elizabeth Ramirez for a period of 2 years, and that all states and territories be notified? Do I have a motion?
So.
Dr. Hagerman moves. Do I have a second?
Second.
Superintendent Horn, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That concludes item 9. Item 10, Executive Director Ross.
Thank you, Vice President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. This is just a reminder that the March meeting date and time changed. Each of the board members had a chance to vote on that. And we're notified. It is March 20th at 9 a.m. So it's moved back a week, and it starts an hour earlier. So just a reminder of that, and then just some of the items that are coming up. As you know, the ESA handbook will be presented publicly in the March meeting. It is due to the board by March 1st. We have begun research into a project that the board has a desire to see through called Portrait of a Graduate, which we're very excited to introduce in the next meeting. And then we will also have our investigative unit present at the next meeting because there was a interesting issue in the January meeting, and then because so much of this meeting is devoted to that portion of the board's purview. We thought it would be good for you to hear from some of the folks who run the investigative unit, a little bit about that process, and have a chance to learn more. So that's it for my upcoming report.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Executive Director Frost. On behalf of the board, we are really grateful for you and the Arizona State Board of Education staff team who all do so much to prepare us. And with that, we conclude the meeting at